on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the MBs are having a fantastic one, because today is a beautiful day. Today is a fantastic day. Today is Thursday. That's right. It's Thursday, April 6th, 2023. And I'm actually exceptionally late, much later than I normally would be at this particular time. I also have forgotten, it seems, to turn on my light. Turned on the wrong light. Hold on one second. Got to do a quick fix here. One moment, chat. But I'm live and alive regardless. And this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, and I'm going to do that in one moment. Hold on one second. What's going on, everybody? These are my new pants, my new parachute pants. What is he doing? Showcasing the motherfucking parachute pants. That's what I'm doing. What are you doing? Woo, sheesh. Anyway, sorry, I just wanted to change the light sequence so it's like a little bit nicer. In my opinion, this is a better light. I accidentally turned on the wrong light. No. There are some we're working on it in the background. But we're trying to get Todd going. Trying to get him working. Anyway, so, regardless. All right. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in my life, you know, in between the time period where I press stop streaming and press start streaming. Big boy to big boy, what size are they? I want to get some too. They are the largest size.
Let's just talk about this whole thing.
What is this? Hasan fucks best campaign slogan. Anyway, blast off meme to help out with all the bro keys today. Consider it. Yeah. Matt Taibbi just ended his career on Mehdi Hasan. I'd love to hear it. Love to see it. We'll take a look at that. What's that on my left cheek? It's a cutie pie zit thing. And I'm wearing it because that was the only thing they had at the H3H3 office. Anyway, we're going to look at the Tennessee. We're going to be looking at the Tennessee House of Representatives in a little bit. But hey, listen, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on. Listen to me. Listen to me. Okay? That's what I'm going to tell you about right now. So, there is a puppy update. I am not going to until it's like completely done, but I believe I found a puppy. And I will vlog the experience. I will most likely not live stream it. However, I will still go and do another I'll probably do another adoption, not an adoption stream, but another stream with Kenneth LA City Comptroller Kenneth Mejia. Probably go to the shelters and do something fun together for everybody. Why this man wake up so late? Brother, you think I have awoken so late? Is that what you think? Well, let me tell you. Last night I ended the broadcast and went to the basketball courts with my man Tarek. We were trying to fucking set up his Studio B studio so we can actually stream today because he took an extra day. He decided to stay in Los Angeles after that GeoGuessr work, you know what I'm saying? Wait, hold on. Chad was bullying him so hard. Yeah, he thinks he was able to win favors with you motherfuckers, he was telling me. And he also kept claiming over and over again that the only reason why he lost was because he was like letting me win because he didn't want to fucking lose. He didn't want me to lose so promptly and so thoroughly and be ritualistically humiliated on my stream. Anyway, but I punished him regardless, okay? He might be fucking Radiant in Valorant, and I might be Silver in Valorant, but in the basketball courts, the role reversal was very real. We went and we balled up, and it was awesome. I mean, you know what I always say, like, when you lose in Valorant, in a lot of instances, it might feel like you're just getting punished for no fucking reason. But whereas when you lose in basketball, you're still absolutely, doing something physical, which is a good thing. And that's precisely what we did. We went out and we did some fucking physical ass shit. We 1v1'd. And I'm afraid I have to report, even with the handicap, I cooked this man's pretty hard. But it was a lot of fun. Can you dunk now? No, I'm very close, but I can't dunk yet still. But I'm very close. I did a left hand only. But, you know, he's getting better. He's getting better. He's working out. Anyway, that part is whatever. That's irrelevant. I'm filled with rage today. Any suggestions? Get a puppy. Nothing feels bad right now. I haven't fully gotten the puppy yet, but I have a sense of calm and a sense of joy that's filling my heart. The reason why I'm actually late is because, we balled up, and then he made me watch this new anime that actually Tens suggested. What is it? Blue Lock. It's actually beautifully drawn. But, Tarek and I watched Blue Lock a little bit. It's a manga series written by Muneyuki Kaneshiro and illustrated by Yusuke Nomura. And it's a fucking soccer anime, which is like, what a turn. The cycle is complete, you know what I mean? I started off watching Captain Tsubasa, and now I'm back on my fucking football soccer arc. Anyway, so we're fucking watching this shit. It's all right. It's not bad. It's actually kind of fun. But, it also pisses me off a little bit because it's like, it just says a lot of unhinged shit about team sports that I vehemently disagree with, and it's like pissing me off. Like I was yelling at the fucking screen when the guy was like, soccer is about striking and about nothing else. Like, throw your fucking teammates in the dirt. And I was like, fuck you fucking asshole. But yeah, it's literally about like ego. It's literally about like, ego is like taking you more than 50% of the way in winning. Ethan Klein, I support you, King. No, Ethan, what are you doing? Oh no, we're gonna talk about this in a second too. Hold on. Anyway, but yeah, that shit was fire. The anime is fire. It's so beautifully fucking drawn. That's what I watched last night, and then you know, took a little melatonin, went to bed, woke up, went shot leftovers, as you guys know. Some of you probably watched it. Some of you didn't. It's all good. Leftovers was hilarious. It's this show Hasan does with a little person. He's kind of like Danny DeVito. Oh my God. This is a funny ass copy pasta. Leftovers is hilarious. It's the show Hasan does with a little person. He's kind of like Danny DeVito, but political. Sorry if little person is politically incorrect. I'm still learning. Yeah, he's like a baby-sized adult. Anyway, shot that, came back. The reason why I'm late is because I found a puppy and I was talking to the people looking to rehome the pupper. They had like a big litter. I'm not going to give any additional details at the time, but I'll just say she, not he, is going to be very large. She's like still on the teat. Gonna get off the teat soon. Approximately 3 to 4 weeks old at this moment. And she, and no, it's not, you will never guess what breed this dog is. You will not guess. And I will not tell you. She's not like a full breed or anything like that. But she's going to be very big. Hairy. Looks like a lion. That's all I'm going to say. Anyway. That's it. Or a bear. A lion or a bear. Anyway, that's it. Stop trying to guess. I'm not going to tell you anything else. Stop. I really want to, but I don't want to tell you. Okay? Are you going to have an assistant to help with the potty training? Puppies have to pee nonstop? No. I'll do it myself. Okay? Anyway. Stop trying to get more details out of me. I'm not going to tell you. I want to, but I won't. Okay, stop. But that's it. And we're here. That's why I'm late, though. For good reason. Okay? For good fucking reason. Yeah, let's blast off and let's fucking do it. I haven't actually figured out what to name her. But let's blast off. Okay. Name them Buggy. Give her a trans woman name, aka an old person name. No. Like what? Fucking Gertrude? No. Gertrude? No, we're not doing that. Name my dog Agatha. I'm gonna name my dog Mildred. It's actually kind of funny. Name it Zaza Smoka? No.
Oh.
Absolutely not. Anyway, let's get started. Has expensive tastes. we were parasocialists. We deserve to know in here from the top of the broadcast to the bottom. We deserve to know. Not very communal of you, bro Obama. No. No, I don't want to. I don't want to. Stop. Positive Hasan news. A ton of left-wing people are finally coming around to you and seeing a ton of harsh criticism about you is complete bullshit and lies. There was this huge ML thread with like over 50 positive comments about you. I was so happy. Hell yeah. The most MLs that fucking hate me are the sex work exclusionary radical feminists. So like that's not gonna change. Those guys are gonna hate me because they're fucking insane. Kodak might as well stay the whole weekend. Dude, if it were up to me, I'd kidnap him. It's been great. Been great having little bro around. We're going to talk about Simi Liu. Why? What did he do? Clarence Thomas has expensive taste. Tennessee House of Reps is out of control. And more news. Kodak is still here. Okay. Can I get Todrick's number asking for a friend? No. Have you heard about the YouTuber getting shot for pranking someone at the Virginia Mall? Yes, I have. No makeup stream? Yeah, this is my no makeup stream. I'm doing a unique no makeup stream for the first time. But yeah, Gaming Andy's rejoice. We might do some GeoGuessr and we might do some Valo later. Valo Andy's rejoice. It's been so long. I've made you starve for so long for gaming that you're gonna. My five head goal was to get you to be excited at the prospect of Valo instead. Oh my God, the TERFs are doing transvestigation. Glad to see. Investigators hit mainstream. There was no 5-head plan. You fucking quit. No. Address the 60 hertz monitor allegations. Cut the 7.5 hours from now. You losing constantly on Valo. I probably will. But I think I want to make sure that, like, what is this? Found your dog just like that. Whoa, dude, what the fuck? You're doxing my new puppy. Chill. Fucking chill, dog. Why'd you do that? What the dog doing? Just a suggestion. React to the Tennessee House voting to expel the first 3 Democratic members. Yes, we are going to do that. Dude, look at this fucking thing, dude. Oh my God. How silly of a puppy. I mean, you cannot tell me that this is not a fucking puppy. 60 hertz and 120 TikTok. World is crippling, isn't it? First of all, my fucking monitors are 144. The monitors I have in Studio B are 60 hertz because I never actually got good monitors in there because I'd never thought that it would be done for like competitive gaming. Mine are 144. Todrick thinks I should get better ones, which is fine. I mean, I'm too lazy to do so. But this man, is so serious about his gaming. This is like probably super normal for, you know, traveling pros and shit like that. But for me, I was legitimately shocked to find out. That like the hurt stuff makes sense. But I did not know that my man actually fucking travels with his mouse, his own keyboard, and also his own mouse pad. But also, ironic, you know 60 hertz is awful for gaming for FPS games, right? Guys, I don't use 60 hertz. Fucking calm down. 240 hertz surely would have made Alberta look less like Australia to Tadic. Yeah. I don't know why people think I am fucking using. Also here, blast off. Let the people know. I don't know why people in here have made up their minds that I am certainly, definitely, without a shadow of a fucking doubt, using 60 hertz. He was talking about his fucking monitor. I'm trash at 144 hertz, which is way worse, in my opinion. You change your display settings to match your monitor? Oh my fucking God. Tadic wasn't talking about my monitor. He was talking about Studio B. I'm going to lose my fucking mind. Bro, I'm in such a fucking good mood. And it's still, people are still going fucking buck wild. Not even by accident you could buy 60 hertz monitors these days. Chat, stop. Yeah, the other monitor I have is like a super old one. And I think the other monitor next to the, like, there's two monitors in that room in Studio B. Okay. And I think the smaller one, the one that bought that, I forget who bought it, but someone who actually came and stayed with me. I don't know who the fuck it was. Studio B is also the supply closet. I think it was Jack Manifold. Yeah, most people will only know the difference. Only Sweaty Gamers, Jack Manifold. Yeah, I think Jack Manifold bought the fucking monitor. And he bought the 60 hertz one. I don't fucking know. I don't really care. Anyway, Tadic brought his own monitor and he has a 244 now, so he's fine.
All right, I'm going to take as many breaks as I want to. You want to know why? Because for the last 6, almost 7 years, every time I've called streaming a job, you said job in quotes and Omega laughed. Every time I said my office, referring to the place I stream from, you guys said office, Omega laughing. So guess what? I must not be at a real job, right? By that logic, which means I can stand up right now and leave. Peace. Don't.
So what's up? Is he actually quitting? Like, is he quitting his job? Time off task, time off task. If I was in his chat right now, I'd be spamming, sir, you've taken extra days off today. I don't know what's going on. I'm sick and tired of these fucking millennials quiet quitting, dude. Okay? It's a legitimate issue. I read the New York Times article. I'm sick and fucking tired of these goddamn millennials who are lazy and not as strong as the previous generation. They're all quiet quitting. Moon is no different. Huh. Now he was going to get coffee and chat was losing it like usual and he was baiting chat, let's be real. Did you use half of a PTO today? The irony is, like, when you do get a fucking contract from Twitch, it is kind of like a job, like, where you literally do have to, like, fucking take time off by, like you do have hours, you know what I mean? Not that it fucking matters for me because I always hit them and do way more than just hit those hours. Movie trailer for How to Blow Up a Pipeline. Oh, I'm actually very excited about this. Daniel Goldhaber's incendiary thriller How to Blow Up a Pipeline hits theaters on April 7th. Isn't this originally a book? I haven't watched a Barbie trailer.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Boom Talk. Today, teaching myself to make a homemade blasting cap. And if this works, it'll be step one in making our own improvised explosive.
Might be headed to Texas for the winter.
What's in Texas?
It's a project.
What kind of project?
Try to stop a pipeline from being built on my property. Poisons the air, water.
Damn, this place is sick. You guys cooking meth in here?
You ready to start working?
We have to show how vulnerable the oil industry is by hitting something big.
Michael, what do you think the odds are we blow ourselves up?
I don't really care.
We could blow the pipe at the hilltop, keep the oil from leaking.
You're not actually thinking.
I'm not thinking about it. I'm doing it.
What if y'all do structural damage?
Structural damage is kind of the point.
This is destruction of federal property. Terrorism.
American Empire calls us terrorists, and we're doing something right.
Oh God, I really hope it's not fucking corny as hell. Oh.
If you're seeing this, let those who profit
I don't think
from
so.
mass-
Everyone that I've seen promote this movie, everyone that I mean, I don't think it will be cringe because everyone that I've seen promote this movie actually is like kind of cool. Yeah, it's a book. It's a famous book. So we'll see. Steven Donziger likes it. That's my man. Will you be watching the Tetris movie? What do you mean, will I be watching it? I already watched it. I forgot to tell you guys. Me, Murat, and Tarek sat our white asses down and listened. Actually, I never gave you guys an update on that. I'll do it in a second after.
Know their properties will be trashed.
3, 2, 1.
They will defame us and claim this was violence or vandalism. But this was justified. This was an act of self-defense.
I like this. I haven't watched the Mario movie yet. Wait, what did you think of Tetris? I didn't hear you. Okay. So let me give you, before we watch the Barbie trailer, let me give you the review of fucking, hold on. Let me just make my thoughts up here for a second. Okay. First of all, How to Blow Up a Pipeline could be a good movie. It seems to be a good movie. I'm excited to watch it. I don't care that everyone is like making jokes about anarchists. The reality is that as much as I shit on anarchists who sometimes can behave like wreckers, this is one area where they thrive. It doesn't matter if they are anarchitties or haven't read theory or oftentimes behave like just basic wrecker radlib shit. Do radlib shit that's like, you know, that creates more sectarian infighting for no fucking reason. It doesn't matter. None of that shit matters because when push comes to shove, direct action is a fundamentally important part of any kind of working class movement. And I think that anarchists are good at one thing. Well, they're good at two things. One, never taking a shower. And two, doing direct action. Now, you know, you got to admit that. As much as I talk about how crusty some of these fucking gutter punks are and how little they take showers, or how they talk about, you know, existence is ableist, or whatever kind of fucking rad lib shit that they're on that particular day, a lot of the anarchists do get the job done in many respects, and that is important, profoundly important. Anyway, anarchists read and write a lot more than your average tanky. Yeah, but what they're reading is not good, and what they're writing is even worse. I'm not going to get into this, okay? Can we just stop? It's just LARPing. It doesn't matter. Everyone is united on the same front, united under the same umbrella, united under the same goals, united under class solidarity. I don't give a fuck. You know, this kind of idea. Read Graeber, my friend. You're very wrong. I love Graeber. Listen, shut up. This stream is LARP, lol. It's not. This stream is a fucking stream, stupid. That's the point. It's just a stream. There's nothing serious about it. That's why I always say it doesn't matter. Okay. So. Lol, I thought this was going to be the Nord Stream pipelines. No, that's a different kind of blowing up a pipeline. That's done by the soldiers acting at the behest of Western imperialists. That's a very effective kind of blowing up a pipeline and then saying, oh no, how did that happen? That's like corporate interests fighting against one another. You know what I mean? Yeah, sure. That whenever something is achieved, you backstab the anarchists. Like, see, this is what I mean. You're LARPing. Shut up. You're LARPing. You're LARPing. You're LARPing. You're LARPing. You're LARPing. There is nothing being achieved. This is a fucking Twitch stream. You're in a Twitch stream fantasizing about how I'm going to fucking implement like Stalinist purges or some shit. You are literally hallucinating. You are one step removed from hallucinating. We do not have socialized medicine in this fucking country. And you're literally talking about a world in which you know, some kind of workers' council backed, you know, federal Marxist-Leninist society has been established, and now we're fucking killing the anarchists. Shut up. Stop. Fucking Marxist-Leninists do it too. They get cringe as fuck sometimes. You already know. It doesn't matter. I give it to them too regularly. Okay. Every president's biggest mistake by Mr. Beat. This sounds like a cool video. We could possibly watch this. Anyway. Say something nice about the anarchists. I already did. They do direct action, and there's nothing wrong with that. They do, you know, necessary direct action in many instances, and they're at the front lines of most civil rights movements. They're always doing mutual aid. These are very good and very necessary things, okay? We're done. I will not talk about this any further. So, what will I talk about instead? Well, I will be talking about the Tetris movie. I watched the Tetris movie, and let me tell you something. Tetris movie got a 7.4 out of 10 on IMDb, 82 on Rotten Tomatoes, and a 59 on Metacritic, which means, you know, good movie. And by God, was it a good movie? It actually was a good fucking movie. Here is why. Is there a lot of Red Scare propaganda baked into it? Of course. I think it's literally illegal in Hollywood to make a movie that mentions the USSR without like literally being like, it's the worst place on the planet. They kill you all the time. They kill you after you're dead. And they are the fucking worst. Just the worst. Yeah, like if you try to do a fucking movie about it, they'll shoot you. Okay? They're where you try to showcase any part of the USSR in a positive light, they'll fucking kill you, I think. I don't know. They might as well be making you forcibly create a historical narratives at gunpoint because holy fuck. Anyway. So, why do I think it's a good movie regardless? Well, I think that it's not as much Red Scare as I thought it was going to be, even though there are components where people are like, finally, we're liberating ourselves from the USSR. Like, surely nothing awful will happen immediately in the dissolution, in the aftermath of the dissolution, like child prostitution rates skyrocketing or people committing suicide by such fucking margins that, like, life expectancy diminishes, collapses in its entirety. You know? None of that will happen. Everyone is just very excited for the prospect of capitalist democracy. Like, they have a bunch of that. However, knowing the full detailed account of what actually happened in the real world throughout history with respect to the development of Tetris and what came about, I think that they did a pretty good job of describing the story with a fuckload of stupid Hollywood seasoning. What do I mean by this? The internal conflict between the KGB member who is like heading commerce versus the actual dude that was still like more focused on doing what's best for the USSR is very real. The story about Elorg is real. That part is actually true. The story that I think shows Robert Maxwell, a con man, a charlatan, and a spy, and his son, a annoying beneficiary of intergenerational wealth, also very cool and very good. And ultimately, despite the fact that they whitewashed the fucking main character like a motherfucker, even though I do like this actor. He's, Steve Taggart or whatever. I'm actually a fan of this guy. He's a great actor. Even though he is not white in the real world, for the record. Yeah, Taron Egerton, yeah. Anyway. Like, you want to know what this dude looks like in the real world, bro? Hold on. Insane that they did that, okay? No, he's just like straight up not a white dude. Like, he's not just tan, guys. Like, he's just like straight up, he's like Dutch, and I think like, what is he like? He's like Indonesian or something. Like, he's not like a tan white guy. They literally made him out to be just a white dude from Texas, which is pretty funny. TikTok will look at him and be like, no, he's not even white passing, he's white. But, you know, TikTok is insane. Anyway. So, the true story of Tetris, as we've covered on this broadcast before, revolves around Alexei Pajitnov, who makes this fucking wonderful video game for funsies, and the mass distribution of it, and then also the illegal, even by capitalist standards, IP ping pong, as I like to call it, with like 17 different mediators that basically are fighting over patents or fighting over distribution rights over a game that like the USSR never actually fully gave to any of these fucking parties. So I think that's not what whitewashing means, my guy. They whitewashed him, huh? Why Hollywood weird guy? I mean, whitewashing can be used as a double entendre in this circumstance. It has multiple meanings, but yes, taking like an Indonesian Dutch dude and then turning him into like a white guy that is like from Texas is adequate. To use the term whitewashing here is adequate. Like, you can whitewash war crimes and make it seem like it's different. Make it seem like it's like much nicer than what the truth actually was. Or you can whitewash a Dutch Indonesian guy. Anyway, that part is not that important. He isn't from Texas in the story, though. You were just saying things, bro. He even says he's Dutch Indonesian and grew up in New York. Oh, my God, I'm going to lose my mind. I'm saying he looks like a white guy from Texas, dumbass. Even though I think he's British, which makes it even worse. The actor. Red baiting better describes the script of the film. In my opinion, it was literally written by Apple. No, there is a red baiting component in it for sure. First of all, they show the dissolution of the USSR or the lead up to it under Gorbachev as devastating, which by many respects it was. They also greatly overemphasize how much the KGB was like pursuing these guys and all the different attempts that they engaged in to like blackmail, to fucking even try and actually kill him, blah, blah, blah. A lot of that stuff is not real. Okay? There was no high-speed car chase throughout the fucking streets of Moscow between the KGB and the guy who is a fucking, coder nerd driving a fucking Lada. Okay? All that shit is made up, obviously. Just like they absolutely hyper-focus on perhaps the most boring part of the fucking story, which is the back-and-forth IP ping-pong that Elorg, the Hungarian Robert Stein, right? Isn't he Hungarian? The Hungarian Robert Stein, and which is like basically the guy who takes stuff from the USSR and presents it to the rest of the world, and Robert Maxwell, and also Hank Rogers. Are you telling me that every historically accurate movie that action parts, scenes that were fake parts? Yeah. Huh. So the what is this? Tetris 2023 versus the real story? I'll just say it like this. Parts of it that I actually thought looked like fucking red baiting that actually wasn't. Are you ready for this? Western oligarchs' involvement with Gorbachev, like Robert Maxwell's relationship with Gorbachev, okay? Consistently saying, no, Gorbachev is our friend. Western capitalists trying to utilize the no monetary compensation concept when they're engaging in dealings with the USSR. That part is real, okay? The internal conflict amongst those who are party loyalists versus like USSR loyalists versus people who recognized that the downfall was inevitable and wanted to absolutely do everything they can to make out like bandits and become oligarchs. Vladimir Putin is literally this guy in the fucking movie, okay? Not like exactly the same, not in that exact same situation, but like every single person that inevitably ended up owning Gazprom and all of these oligarchs in Russia are this guy. So that part was actually very historically accurate, even though I don't know what the fuck happened to this guy in the real world. So I don't really know I don't know what like this guy did. Him getting arrested in the end is also bullshit, I'm pretty sure. But the picking apart of all of the wealth of the USSR by Western bankers collaborating with like, KGB members or people involved in commerce in any capacity, like internally. Like that shit was real. Okay? That is a real experience that actually played a significant role in what inevitably became the oligopoly, the oligarchy that is Russia, okay? Modern Russia. So that part, even if this person isn't real, and he certainly did not get fucking arrested, let's be real, especially under Gorbachev, come on now, because that's what happens at the end of the movie, is they have to tie it on with a Hollywood seasoning. You know, that part is actually very real. There was a lot of internal struggle by people who knew that they had power, knew that the USSR was like literally fucking about to implode, and was doing everything they can to personally accrue as much wealth as possible. So that part I thought was not as red baiting as I thought it was going to be, and was genuinely good. But here, let's watch it real quick. Let's watch the trailer. This is so classic, like teenagers in the USSR listening to Western rock music, which was otherwise considered counter-revolutionary and illegal, while they pontificate on what it would be like if they were liberalized, you know, if their markets were liberalized, if their markets were democratized, because that's what they used to call it back in the day, and they still do. If you go to college and you learn about USSR dissolution, post-USSR, they call it the democratization of markets. The denim, well, there's truth to the denim part. That's like not even all that fake, but anyway.
Everybody knows the words. Good ideas have no borders.
Good ideas have no borders.
Don't sing. No. Come on, please. I don't sing, no. We'll never be the same again. It's the final countdown. The final
What the fuck? That's what the fuck? The KGB turned off my access to this video, I guess. Anyway, doesn't matter. Good movie overall. I think you guys will appreciate it. I mean, the red baity propaganda side of it is bad, but ultimately, I do think that Hank Rogers is a good guy, and I think that they show that. I think he's a good guy, and obviously Alexei Pajitnov is a great guy, and they do show that. They show that because look, in reality, what happened in that story is, unironically, there were a couple really good dudes that stood by and stood against, I would say, psychotic, vulturous, predatory Western capitalists, and also the internal conflict that they were engaging in throughout as the USSR was like falling apart all around. There were guys. The Elorg guy was a good dude. That's real. I don't know how much, like, I know that they didn't like actually sneak a contract to Hank Rogers like they claimed they did in the movie, but I do know that they actually changed the contract originally and made it so that Robert Stein didn't actually have the rights that he was selling over to Robert Maxwell. So it's a complex story, and I think that they portray the real villains as the real villains, with the exception of like Western capitalists. They do make like Nintendo seem cool and good. But even then, they actually fucking shit on Nintendo a little bit too. It was good. It was good. They very clearly show Robert Maxwell as a fucking a piece of shit. They show Robert Maxwell's son as a piece of shit. They don't go too deep into, you know, how Robert Maxwell is Ghislaine Maxwell's father, but They did give it to Hank. Don't you remember watching the documentary? No. They did. I'm saying that Hank Rogers in the real world is a good person. Like, he actually very literally stood by Alexei Pajitnov and wanted to make sure that he actually got the proper IP rights and proper compensation for his product that he had created. He did that. That is a real thing that happened in the real world. That's why they're still fucking besties. And that's why they both live in San Francisco together and own Tetris together. So, like, that part is real. And I think that they reflect that very well in the story. He's a bro, and I like seeing that. Yeah, I think they showcased that very well. When I say, wait, no. It's not like besties in air quotes. They literally are. What the fuck? Like, as much as I hate to hand it to the American guy in this circumstance, yes, the American guy, or they live in Hawaii, I think, or one of them lives in Hawaii, the other one lives in San Francisco. No. Yeah, Hank Rogers actually did everything he could to make sure that Alexei Pajitnov was well compensated for his own IP. And that's not a normal situation. Significantly better off than most other circumstances where I think any other person would have just fucked them over and not even had a single fucking care about them. Oh, here, this is them. This is them in the real world.
People will take away from this is that friendship trumps ideology and countries. So our friendship, basically countries can fall and rise and all kinds of things, and we are still friends, no matter what happens in our respective countries.
I loved Tetris, literally everything about it.
Yeah. His daughter is now the CEO. Hank Rogers' daughter. Right? It's disgustingly wholesome? No, it is. It is wholesome. It is definitely wholesome. Common American capitalist W? No. Extremely, insanely rare American capitalist W. And it literally doesn't even have anything to do with capitalism, as he also perfectly described. It had absolutely more to do with him being like, no, I see a fellow coder. I really like him. I'm going to fucking make sure that he gets his due. But yeah. Yeah, one guy in a sea of capitalists fighting over ownership for decades. And ultimately, it's a positive story. Ultimately, it's a positive story because he does end up getting it. Like, he does. Elorg ends up giving him the, I think, 51% ownership. Him and Hank Rogers own Tetris. So, there is a good end to that story. And I like it. The movie is not as bad as you would expect it to be. Especially because the main villain is not like this big, bad, scary USSR. Even though there are plenty of components that, you get the regular red baiting shit. But the main villain in the movie is like a real villain in the real world. It's not a real person in the movie. But there are plenty of people like that guy that ended up becoming the oligarchs that control Russia alongside Vladimir Putin. So that part and Robert Maxwell's personal connection to people like that, I think, reflects the reality of history. I think that they did a good job. Anyway. Tetris versus
Endless
the real
video
story.
game adaptations comes the true story of one of the world's best-selling video games. Apple's Tetris takes us on a wild journey following the guy who played Elton John into the depths of Soviet Russia. So in this video we'll be separating fact from fiction and comparing the movie and its characters to what really happened. So grab some vodka and let me blow your cartridge, because this is one wild ride. Meet Hank Rogers, the owner of Bulletproof Software, who discovered Tetris at the 1988 Winter Consumer Electronics Expo in Las Vegas.
After this, I will look at the Barbie. Dude, shut the fuck up. After this, I will look at the stupid fucking Barbie trailer. Oh my God. Just hold on.
Nevada. After playing, he was immediately hooked and was put in contact with its exhibitor, Britain's Maxwell Communications. This is where Robert Maxwell comes in, the company's founder and chairman, who also happens to be the father of infamous child abuser Ghislaine Maxwell. So basically a family of upstanding citizens. You'll notice some of the characters, including Russian leader Mikhail Gorbachev, refer to him as a politician. That's because Robert Maxwell was a member of British Parliament from 1964 to 1970. Some of the more confusing aspects of the Tetris movie is who owned the rights to the game, what—
Yeah, he was more than just a politician. He was also a spy. Anyway, but that's, I guess, not a separate story. This is the story. Dua Lipa's and Barbie. Remember when I said, you know, I'm finalizing getting a puppy, and it's making me feel so good that it's like I'm letting chat's annoyance like wash over me. It's becoming increasingly more and more difficult to just fucking let it slide. I am having such a hard time. I'm not gonna lie. You guys did it. You did it. You are succeeding.
What those rights entailed, and how all this worked during the backdrop of the Cold War. The game was created by Alexei Pajitnov in 1984 when he was working at the Soviet Academy of Science in Moscow. During this time, with rare exceptions, intellectual property was owned by the state and not the individual. So the rights for the game were transferred to a state-run organization called Elektronorgtechnika, or ELORG for short. This was the organization responsible for managing computer software exports from the Soviet Union. In comes Robert Stein. Think of this guy like a video game leech. He'd travel all over the USSR looking for good games, purchase the rights from ELORG, and then resell those rights to distributors across the globe. Now, when you buy these rights, you can choose to purchase them for a specific platform, such as a computer, an arcade, or a console like the NES. Where things get hairy is the introduction of the Game Boy, which, under the wording of ELORG's contract with Mr. Stein, doesn't technically qualify as a PC, console, or arcade. It's in its own category called handheld, which we'll get into in a bit. Second, Mr. Stein greatly misinterpreted ELORG's contract, thinking that his right to distribute Tetris on, quote, different types of computers included home consoles. So ELORG gives a 10-year worldwide PC Tetris license to Robert Stein, who then sublicenses it to Mirrorsoft, run by Kevin and Robert Maxwell. Mirrorsoft then sublicenses that to Atari for US distribution and Hank Rogers for Japanese distribution. So you can already see how things are starting to get confusing. But when Hank goes to ELORG showing off a copy of a Japanese console version of Tetris, director Nikolai Belikov is perplexed. ELORG never gave anyone the Tetris rights to consoles, only PC and arcade. This goes back to Mr. Stein's misinterpretation of their contract, and later Stein will sign an amended agreement.
Misinterpretation. Simply a misinterpretation, you know.
Agreement clarifying that consoles such as Famicom and NES are different from PCs. So in the late 1980s, when Hank was selling Tetris on Famicoms in Japan, they too were technically illegal copies. But there was a bigger problem. Initial sales of Tetris in Japan were weak at best, so Hank goes to president of Nintendo, Hiroshi Yamauchi, to see if they can be of any help. Hank and Hiroshi knew each other after Nintendo helped develop his Go video game, the same game we see him trying to hawk at the beginning of the movie. Because of their history, Hiroshi gives Tetris to a game designer by the name of Shigeru Miyamoto. Yes, the Shigeru Miyamoto, the creator of Mario and Zelda. Shigeru loved the game so much, and Nintendo ends up releasing Tetris on the Famicom in 1988, where it quickly becomes the console's best-selling game of all time. Now here is where things get even.
So, yeah, there is so much back and forth, like international patent IP distribution rights ping pong in this entire fucking process in the real world as well, as they are correctly pointing out. I think one of the funnier aspects is that if Nintendo was not involved in this process, I think the U.S. courts would have fucking allowed Sega to just like run train on that IP without giving anybody money, really. I don't even know how the fuck Sega got the rights. I'm pretty sure they just literally didn't even buy them at all. They just basically decided to fucking run with it, like, and sell it.
And more crazy, Hank is invited to meet Minoru Arakawa, the president of Nintendo America, and get a glimpse of their new Game Boy handheld console. At the time, Nintendo wasn't sure which game they should package with Game Boy, and it was actually Hank who suggested Tetris. Even the line from the movie where he says, if you include Mario, the Game Boy will be for little boys, but if you include Tetris, the game will be for everybody, is said to be almost word for word. Hank goes to Mr. Stein to obtain the worldwide handheld rights, but soon finds out that Stein doesn't have them, resulting in, and yes, this is true, Hank, Kevin Maxwell, and Mr. Stein descending upon Moscow all at the same time to sort this fiasco out. A fiasco which has millions at stake. Now, Hank did hire a translator and, against protocol, went to Elorg to ask for a meeting and only got one because Belikov was curious and having another bidder would only sweeten the pot. Unlike the movie, however, was this translator Sasha, who was a KGB spy. That never happened, nor his wife Akemi being threatened at their office in Japan. All of that was added for extra drama. While the movie suggests Belikov was roughed up by the KGB, all we really know is that he was closely kept an eye on by Soviet authorities and even had his files reviewed. Gorbachev did keep an eye on Belikov's negotiations, but as the film lays out, the General Secretary of the Communist Party was too busy keeping his country together to worry about the sale of a video game. Now, the film highly dramatizes this race against time as the various parties fight to gain their rights, but in reality it was a far more civil matter. Elorg chose the company that was willing to pay the most, and yes, Kevin Maxwell tried to offer them encyclopedias in exchange for the game, thinking the Russians weren't interested in money, but rather an exchange of intellectual properties. Alas, there was no KGB officer by the name of Valentin Trifonov who attempted to extort Robert Maxwell in exchange for the Tetris rights. Rather, his character is more a metaphor for the greed and corruption that bloated the Soviet Union at the time.
And I do think that this was, well, first of all, that's an interesting analysis. I do agree that this metaphor is correct. It's just like in collaboration. No, that's not the Red Scare. No, guys, these motherfuckers literally exist. They're still in power. Like, what do you mean? Vladimir Putin is this guy, okay? Vladimir Putin is literally this guy. Like, there are many guys like this guy. They all own the fucking... You're so wrong. Okay, shut up, Altbeam. I hate this chat so much right now. I haven't talked about the Clarence Thomas thing yet. Like, current, present Russian oligarchs that control almost all of the industry are guys that were, people that rose through the ranks of the party and basically sold off the wealth of the USSR piece by piece to Western bankers and Western capitalists and Western oligarchs. They did that. So that metaphor is technically correct. That metaphor is not wrong. Okay? So understand that. There's no distinction between this guy and the larger Soviet Union. He's meant to represent communism. That's all I'm saying. It's true that the collapse involved despotic crooks stripping the USSR piece by piece. No. You missed the other part. The Elorg guy, I think they even make Gorbachev look good in this, which I don't even agree with, first of all. They present this guy as a dude that's like somehow worse than Gorbachev when he was like basically doing everything under the behest of Gorbachev. if it was more historically accurate, it would be conducted under the reign and under the watchful eyes of that of the administration at the time. So the L.org guy who legitimately did change the contracts out to fuck over Robert Maxwell and Robert Stein, that guy is a real dude. I forget what his name is. Okay? I don't remember what his name is, but that's a real dude that worked at L.org at the time, and he did end up defending like USSR's best interests, and even Alexei and Hank Rogers. That part is actually real. So I think that they showcase that very well. They showcase that distinction very well.
Time. So not only did Hank Rogers leave the USSR with the handheld rights for Nintendo, but because of the misunderstanding over the definition of what a computer is, he also got Nintendo the console rights, which led to a legal dispute with Atari, who at the time was publishing Tetris on their consoles. This would later be resolved in court in Nintendo's favor. The film also depicts a budding friendship.
Why is chat extra feral today? Did something happen? Like, I can't help but notice that, like, chat's being, like, extra weird today. I don't know what it is. They always attack you, man. Is it the way I don't know if it's the way I'm receiving it, whereas normally I would just, like, let it wash over and just not focus on it, but I don't know what the fuck it is. Like, a lot of you motherfuckers are like rabid dogs in the chat currently, and I don't know what the fuck that's about. It's like extra stinky.
Between Hank and Tetris's creator, Alexei, which is true to real life. The two hung out, and Alexei even took him out drinking and gave him a tour of Moscow. For 13 years after its creation, Alexei didn't receive a cent for his work on Tetris. It was only until Elorg became a private company and the Tetris rights expired that Hank and Alexei joined together to buy 50% of the Tetris rights, with Nikolai Belikov purchasing the other 50%. Then, 10 years later, in 2005, Belikov would sell his half, giving Hank and Alexei full ownership of the game. The film also shows Alexei and his family moving to America, which is true. Hank helped Alexei immigrate to Seattle in 1991, where he later founded his own software company called Animatech. A happy ending, however, cannot be said for all our characters. Robert Maxwell, while on trial for stealing hundreds of millions from his company's pension funds, mysteriously died after years.
Yeah, did he fall? Did he jump? I wonder what happened to Robert Maxwell. How did he die? I'm going to make a lock right now. I don't know if this is a cliche already. Here's my lock. The Barbie movie is Joker for homosexuals. And you are just as fucking unbearable as the straight white dudes that love Joker. Okay? The Barbie movie and its reception is literally just the Joker. What Joker is to straight white guys, the Barbie movie is to women and the gays. Just as unbearable.
Urinating off the side of his yacht, falling into the water, experiencing a heart attack, and drowning. Although some have speculated this could have been suicide or he was offed by international assassins. As stated in the film, Hank's daughter Maya, who we see throughout the story, became CEO of Tetris Company, while Hank has focused much of his time on several community and sustainability-oriented organizations. So while Tetris may not be 100% true to life, for a story that mostly deals with contracts, it found a way to be pretty entertaining. I hope you enjoyed this video and will consider.
All right, let's fucking watch the goddamn stupid ass fucking Barbie trailer now that's been ruined. I was like excited to fucking watch this stupid fucking movie, and like the fandom surrounding it and the marketing campaign that's like so obvious being pushed out is unironically making me not want to fucking enjoy it now. You are so fucking annoying. Congratulations.
Hi, Barbie.
Hi, Ken. Hi, Barbie. Hi, Barbie. Hi, Barbie. Hi, Barbie. Hi, Barbie.
Hi, Barbie.
Hi, Ken.
Hi, Ken.
With the radio blast and goes cruising just as fast as she can now.
I thought I might stay over tonight.
Why?
Because we're girlfriend, boyfriend.
To do what?
I'm actually not sure.
And she'll have fun, 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 fun. And she'll have fun, 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 fun. And she'll have fun, 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 fun.
Okay, ladies, let's do this.
And she'll have fun, fun.
What are you doing here?
I'm coming with you.
Did you bring your rollerblades?
I literally go nowhere without them. Oh, looks like this beach was a little too much beach for you, Ken. If I wasn't severely injured, I would beach you off right now, Ken. I'll beach off with you any day, Ken. Anyone who wants to beach him off has to beach me off first. I will beach both of you off at the same time. Beach both of us off?
Nobody's gonna beach anyone off.
Okay, so normally when you watch a trailer, you're like, oh man, you gave too much of the plot away. It almost felt like it was a summary of the whole movie. This, on the other hand, did the exact opposite to a fault, where it gave nothing to me and left me more confused than I was about what the fuck this movie is about. If you had told me there's a Barbie movie out, I would have been like, okay, I guess it's about a Barbie girl in a Barbie world. This trailer now has left me more confused than I was before I started. What the fuck is going on? What's going to happen? I'm still going to watch it. I just don't know what happened. Anyway, so cool. Exciting. Watch the other trailer. What's the other trailer? I mean, I'll watch it. It's great. Fuck it, YOLO, whatever. This is the teaser trailer 2, right? We watched that one. Where's the teaser trailer 1? You're watching it for Ryan Gosling? My man, Margot Robbie. And Dua Lipa. That's it. This is the original teaser trailer. This was 3 months ago.
Since the beginning of time, since the first little girl ever existed, there have been dolls.
Okay, so this is 2001: A Space Odyssey.
But the dolls were always and forever baby dolls. Until...
Not gonna lie, the fucking old like dolls that babies used to play with were fucking terrifying. So yes, Barbie in comparison is probably much better. Like literal nightmare fuel, dude. I do love Simu Liu, so I'm excited about that. As well. My close friend who I've had the opportunity to play basketball with, there's another trailer. Yeah, okay, we're done. I think we've watched enough. Let's get to the fucking news, okay? Ryan Gosling in your fit? Yeah, great. Dude, if I don't fucking click on this new Twitter mark, I'm going to lose my mind, I think. How much do you pay for a brown check mark? That's funny. Okay, got it. Yes, it's Boo Boo Bennett. She pooped her pants. Okay, I clicked on it. Your joke was received. Ha 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 ha. I laughed at it. Let's continue. Let's get to the Tennessee 3 expulsion vote that happened, or is currently happening, I think, in the 113th General Assembly on the 21st legislative day in Nashville, Tennessee. Okay? Y'all just sent a straight up doo-doo ass, megaphonics ass, mega poopix ass fucking link, and it wasn't him. And even he called it out. That's how you know. Mega doo-doo ass link, dude. It's crazy. Explain what's happening in Tennessee because I keep seeing TikToks. Students in Nashville, Tennessee are protesting for gun control in the aftermath of the mass shooting that took place at Covenant School. 3 lawmakers also aligned with the protesters, took up megaphones and held up the state assembly hearings. Now, those 3 representatives, those 3 legislators are being expelled for playing a role in said protest, and the Republicans in the Tennessee State Assembly, or the Tennessee State Assembly, in the House of Representatives, are claiming that this is just like January 6th. Why? Because Republicans love a good victimhood narrative. That's right. That's basically what's going on. They have been officially expelled in what I consider to be a pretty undemocratic move. In the process, they've said a bunch of like psychotic things the Republicans have, like telling a bunch of school children, which guns would you rather be shot by? You know, debate lording a bunch of kids on which gun would be their preference to be shot by. Or even stating that they are not going to do anything and there is nothing you can do about it. That's right. One Republican straight up said, we're not going to fix it. Anyway, watch Jidion's new video. Am I featured in it or something? I'll take a look at it later. Okay, let's watch.
All right, we are voting on House Resolution 65. All those in favor, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 72, 25 nays.
Having received the concurrence of 2/3 of the members to which the House is entitled under Constitution of the State of Tennessee, House Resolution 65 is hereby adopted without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled.
All right, you are watching live right now. The vote has just been taken. The first of 3 that were expected throughout the day today. Representative Justin Jones, representing Nashville, House Resolution 65 passing. He is now considered expelled from the House in a vote of 72 to 25. That is the 2/3 threshold that was needed in order to expel him officially from the House. Representative Jones now taking to his fellow Democratic colleagues there, hugging, embracing him. You see right before the vote was taken, other members of his House, other members of his party gathering around him there at the well, showing their support and their solidarity. It was just 1 week ago today, last Thursday, that Representative Jones and two other members of the House went to that same well that he just spoke at there at the podium at the front of the House chambers, protesting stricter gun control legislation. Representative Jones had an opportunity this afternoon to defend himself as well. You could see there in the gallery as well. These are protesters that have been there, many of them supporting Representative Jones and the other 2 protesters. They have been there since early this morning, lining out all around the state capitol so they could be there and have their place in the gallery when this historic moment happened.
When they're expelled, county and city level officials will select delegates to serve in the vacant House seats until the next regularly scheduled election in August 2024. So basically, they said, fuck the will of the people. We have the majority. We can expel you. We can kick you out and then replace you and put someone else in your stead. That is what's going on. Another thing that happened that was, again, a big fuck you to democracy at the state legislature level was in North Carolina, like we talked about yesterday. Of course, it's not very democratic. These motherfuckers are pretty much fascist, dude. That's it. Okay? That's it. Here, let's go directly to Tennessee State Representative, I guess former Tennessee State Representative Justin Jones, one of the Dems that the GOP is trying to expel from the state legislature for protesting gun violence, calls out his colleagues on the floor. Oh, I forgot. Tennessee literally turned a blind eye to a child molester who was also in the House of Representatives in the Tennessee State House of Representatives. There was a Tennessee representative in the Tennessee House of Representatives, the State House of Representatives, that actually, I think, misappropriated funds for his cousin mistress. That was awesome. Like, it's cousin fucking and adultery at the same time. There's a lot that happens in Tennessee where people turn a blind eye to.
Let's talk about expulsion. For years, one of your colleagues who was an admitted child molester sat in this chamber. No expulsion. One member sits in this chamber who was found guilty of domestic violence. No expulsion. We had a former speaker sit in this chamber who is now under federal investigation. No expulsion. We have a member still under federal investigation. No expulsion. We had a member pee in another member's chair in this chamber. No expulsion. In fact, they're in leadership, but in the governor's administration. And so once again, what you're saying to us, since you're trying to put us on trial, I'll say what you're really putting on trial is the state of Tennessee. What you're really showing for the world is holding up a mirror to a state that is going back to some dark roots. A state in which the Ku Klux Klan was founded is now attempting another power grab by silencing the 2 youngest Black representatives and one of the only women, Democratic women in this body. That's what this is about. Let us be real today.
Garrett.
Sorry, chat.
Representative Garrett.
And do you understand to speak from the well as you are speaking today, you were able to speak because Speaker Sexton recognized you in the well to be able to speak?
Representative Jones.
Thank you. I'm able to speak because the people of District 52 sent me here to speak. Speaker Sexton is not my constituent. Speaker Sexton is not a king. Speaker Sexton is not God, though he may want to be. He is my colleague. And so the people of District 52 sent me here to speak. And it's them who I ask for permission if I can speak and represent them.
Representative Garrett.
Here to fight for our constituents. We came here to lift up the issues of people who are suffering. 6 people died in Nashville at the Covenant School. 3 were 9 years old. But instead of focusing on that, Representative Jones, Representative Johnson, and myself are being expelled from the State House because we said we cannot do business as usual. No one should be wanting to operate as though this is not happening, as though we are not living in a gun violence epidemic in the state of Tennessee. And the solutions that are being offered is actually to reduce the First Amendment rights of people who speak up on behalf of their constituency.
What happens if they reelect him? Brother, they reelect him in 2024. So for that duration, even if they reelect them, they just basically put someone else that they elect themselves to that position. It is unimaginable, dude. The special election has to be held within 120 days. I think wait, I thought, no. Are you sure about that? I thought that they just appoint someone if they want to the seat.
Day for Tennessee, because it will signal to the nation that there is no democracy in this state. It will signal to the nation that if it can happen here in Tennessee, it's coming to your state next. And that is why the nation is watching us, what we do here. My prayer to you is that even if you expel me, that you still act to address the crisis of mass shootings. Because if I'm expelled from here, I'll be back out there with the people every week demanding that you act. If you expel me, I'll...
If there's a vacancy in the Tennessee General Assembly, there's 2 ways a vacancy can be filled. When 12 months or more remain before the next general election, that is what's going on here. Special election must be held within the allowable time frame set by law. Okay. If fewer than 12 months remain before the next general election, members of the legislative body in the county where the vacancy occurred must vote on a replacement. Okay. So because wait, hold on. The next election is in 2024. Is it 12 months out? August 2024. Oh my God. Okay. Because they replaced them now, or because they expelled them now, there has to be a special election. It is more than 12 months. So, yes, they have to hold a special election. And I think that they can still run in it and get reelected. The second Tennessee vote didn't pass. Representative Gloria Johnson will stay. Here it is.
Has everybody voted? Does anybody wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye 65, 30 nays.
House Resolution 64 fails. Has everybody voted?
As far as I know, it failed because she did nothing but stand in the well with the others, no yelling or anything. Man, it doesn't fucking matter. She was almost expelled as well by 1 fucking vote. She's also a white lady There's 2 black dudes and 1 white lady, so you know there's that too.
Voted, is anybody?
I'm sure that plays a role. Bro, they don't care. Stop trying to apply reasoning to these fucks. Exactly. There's no chat. Don't even fucking take their bullshit. Like, don't even take their fucking bullshit. It's just like there's no. When they say, "Oh, this is the reason" or whatever, understand that no, that's not the fucking reason. Okay? It's bullshit. It's bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. I'm sure I mean, we'll see what happens with the expulsion with the other black representative as well. Because there's one last one. Dude, state representatives, this is probably one of my biggest locks of the past couple of years now. I've been telling you about this for a while now. But the Republican Party decided, because these districts are so fucking gerrymandered, and because they have like complete dominance over state representatives and like the state legislature.
God in God's temple, for in the day of trouble, God will keep me safe in God's dwelling. God will hide me in the shelter of God's sacred tent and set me high upon a rock. Then my head will be exalted. Above the enemies who surround me at his sacred tent, I'll sacrifice. With shouts of joy and thanksgiving, I'll sing. And
anyway, look, what I'm saying is, look, one of my biggest locks of this decade. One of my biggest locks of this fucking decade is that Republicans have basically sidestepped. They completely neutered through obstructionist policies. They completely neutered the legislative body. They have nothing. They have no power other than like basically bipartisan support for increasing military discretionary spending. Other than that, you can get like some tax cuts done and shit like that, but never anything that's like progressive usually. Even through budget reconciliation, the Democrats can barely get their shit together to like push for any kind of progressive legislation. And they sidestepped that. They engaged in court packing over the course of the past 35 years, 40 years. And now they basically will engage in a states' rights argument where they will utilize the state legislatures to do whatever their bidding is, no matter what the democratic process has told them to do or not to fucking do. They push for the most reactionary agendas through the state legislature. We've seen it with the trans bills that are passing all around. And then they will elevate it to the courts because that's then at that point, the judiciary is the only mechanism to basically stop it, right? And the entire courts are stacked to the brim from the state level to the federal level, all the way up to the Supreme Court with a fuckload of reactionary judges, all of which are, Federalist Society judges or right-wing judges in general. So now there's no means of pushing back against that at all. I've been telling you guys this for a long-ass fucking time, and they're basically doing it. Now that they have a super majority on the Supreme Court, they're pushing for this agenda harder and very openly and very brazenly. And I am afraid that there's not really anything you can do against this. The Supreme Court is basically bulletproof. Chief Justice John Roberts' fucking attitudes are irrelevant to, you know what I mean? There's really nothing. There's nothing there. As far as legal avenues, you don't have any kind of recourse.
Continue to show up because this issue is too important. I talked to too many students and mothers in tears this week who said, thank you for doing something. And so if you expel me, I recognize that it's not.
Bro, this guy's still saying after Tetris hustle, watch, why did the Soviet Union fall? It's like, bro, we've moved on from Tetris.
Not just about expelling me, but it's about expelling the people. But your action will do the exact opposite. It will galvanize them to see what is happening in this state requires sustained action.
Thank you, B. Bonjuk.
And so I hope that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, regardless of what you decide to do to me.
Thank you, B. Bonjuk, for gifting 5 Get the Subs at the top of the hour, well, 26 minutes in, where I forgot to run a 3-minute ad break, which I'm running right now. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Sorry, I'm a little all over.
This is not about me, but this is about those young people who are asking us to use our position and to uphold our oath, to protest and dissent from any action or legislation that is injurious to the people.
Here the Tennessee 3 arrive as they face expulsion for standing with gun safety activists in the wake of the Nashville shooting. Here's a Republican state representative asking Representative Justin Jones what he means by the chant, "No justice, no peace."
An opportunity to defend your actions. One of the questions that keeps coming back to my mind that I hope maybe you can answer is when you say no action, no peace, what do you mean? What does Representative Jones mean by no peace? Thank you.
Representative Jones.
Thank you. I would invite my colleague from Putnam County to join any protest where that is a very familiar chant that usually goes, no justice, no peace. And I believe the roots of it lie in something that Martin Luther King stated, that true peace is not merely the absence of tension, but it is the presence of justice. That's what I was saying, is that until we act, there will be no peace in our communities. In addition, I would like to read some context about that chant that comes from Jeremiah 6:14. I'll read the New Living Translation. It says, "They offer superficial treatments for my people's mortal wound. They give assurances of peace where there is no peace." I'll go to the New International Version. "They dress the wound of my people as though it was not serious. Peace, 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 they say, where there is no peace." That's what the chant means, is that we have no peace, and that until we act, there will be no peace for the thousands of children who came here demanding that we act, who are afraid that if they're in school, they will be gunned down because you have passed laws to make it easier to get a gun than it is to get health care in this state. You've passed laws that make it easier to get a gun than it is to vote in this state. And so that there will be no peace in Tennessee until we act on this proliferation of weapons of war in our community. That is the peace I was talking about. That is what I was saying. Representative.
He's great.
And
upholding our Constitution. We are protecting the integrity of this body. Let's vote to expel him. That will send the case back to the voters in Davidson County. And if after looking at his conduct, they find he should come back, we will welcome him as a representative.
Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't hear a question, but while my colleague's statement was eloquent, what he was essentially saying was that Justin is an uppity Negro. How dare he point at the speaker and call a lie a lie. How dare he act like he's your equal? How dare he
I mean, that's true. They did do that.
come before this body and not bow down? That's what Representative Bulso was saying, and that's what he told me on the elevator 2 days ago when he tried to incite violence against me and got in my face and said, "You are a damn disgrace." And I said, "Representative Bulso, hold on, let me pull up my phone. Can you say that again?" And he cowered and chose not to repeat it because he did not want the world to see what a disgrace he is for Williamson County voters.
Also, this guy's gonna fucking win by like insane margins. Like it's very obvious that like I mean, this is just like, again, symbolic. It's to tell you know, this dude that he is uppity and that he should know his fucking place. But ultimately, I mean, he is becoming a political martyr and will come back way, way fucking stronger. You know what I mean? He's not wrong. When he says that, this will absolutely fucking backfire. I mean, look at these like Orville Redenbacher ass motherfuckers in suits, like that are just like, "I do declare now, how dare he join the protesters? I say, there was a time when Tennessee was a much quieter place. Back when we were allowed to have our plantations. Yeah, it's sweet tea accent. Fucking foghorn, leghorn, Colonel Sanders, dude.
The comment you made about how many times my voice has been silenced as long as I've been here. Raising my hand for 45 minutes on the floor and not being called on. I was actually told by the speaker that was in retaliation for some of the thing he thought was incorrect that I did. And when I was the lone vote against a Republican speaker, I was moved to a closet-sized office and had to stay there for a year. It was during COVID. There was no room to social distance. I couldn't have someone in my office, couldn't close the door, had no work table for the people who came up from my district. You're not silencing my voice. You're silencing the voice of 70,000 Tennesseans that sent me here, that care deeply about gun violence and Medicaid expansion and public schools. And we are continually silenced on the floor on those issues and more.
Bro, I hate these motherfuckers so much.
And it did. This is the first of three. Right now, expulsion.
They're so petty on top of everything else. Oh, 100%. They're the pettiest, dude. They're the pettiest motherfuckers out there. They cannot gripe with the fact that marginalized communities now have representatives. They have never given up. Every time they are forced to concede by way of legislation, they hold that fucking grudge. And they try to manifest that anger or deploy that anger through any facet that they can. Okay? That's it.
And you could hear the protests from the crowd as well.
They aren't the pettiest. All of politics is tit for tat. Both sides do that. You're so fucking brilliant, dude. Thank you for giving us your centrist analysis on the situation, like as though the Democrats are even remotely as petty. I wish they were. I wish they were fucking fighters. I talk about it all the time. Nobody thinks you're smart. Everyone thinks you're a fucking idiot for saying that. You understand that, right? Good luck finding an equivalent where in a fucking California state House of Representatives, they expelled fucking Republican congresspersons for like what purpose too? God damn it, dude. Just like dudes with zero fucking personality and even less brain cells think that like as long as they say I'm a centrist and I believe in moderation, they think that that is like the most incredible personality trait that they can have. Like, it's not a substitute. So angry, lol. Oh, I owned you. I'm so angry. Am I angry? Do I sound like I'm angry to you? Do you think this is anger? I'm just disappointed in how fucking baboon-like your brain is, okay? You're chirping like a fucking lizard-brained idiot. Like, there's no... Everybody here knows how fucking stupid you are. I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed. Disappointed that you think, as a 3-month subscriber, that you actually would, come in here and think that you're dropping some fucking brilliant truths that no one ever thought about beforehand. The you mad troll face emoji.
Throughout the day, you could tell that people outside of the House chambers were listening to the proceedings inside, and you could sometimes hear some of their protests and their comments from outside the chambers. If you're just tuning in right now, we've been following this live from the House floor, and officially that first expulsion vote has happened, and in a vote of 72 to 25, Representative Justin Jones is now officially expelled from the House of Representatives there in the General Assembly. That is the 2/3 threshold that is needed in order for his fellow colleagues to essentially remove him from his position. And you can see now Jones going over to the media, giving some interviews as well. Let's listen in for just a moment.
Clerk, read the resolution.
All right, so at this point, this was the first of 3. We are expecting the 2 other representatives to also have an opportunity to defend themselves. That's Representative Gloria Johnson, who represents the Knoxville area in the House, and also Representative Justin Pearson, who represents Memphis. Now, it is all 3 of these that together last week led that procession, led that protest there in the House chambers, using a megaphone, interrupting the session. And it is that is what was considered breaking the rules of decorum that then led to these resolutions today, essentially now removing one of the 3 representatives from his post. Keep in mind a little detail on these resolutions. All 3 state that the lawmakers shouted, pounded on the podium, led chants with citizens in the gallery, and generally engaged in disorderly and disruptive content, including refusing to leave the well, sitting on the podium, and utilizing a sign displaying a political message. That was what was stated in the resolution that got us to this point today in this House vote that we just witnessed. And that 2/3 threat.
I hate when my politicians are being political, dude. Yeah, they should have just fucking sat back and told the little kids that were demanding gun control which gun they would rather be shot with, as one representative did. When you do that, when you fucking debate lord the children, like the debate pervert you are, you're fine. When you tell the media, we're not going to fix it, you're fine. It's when you actually, have any kind of real conviction or want to express the desires of your constituents, that's when you're not fine.
Threshold is met, so Representative Jones essentially taking his bag there. You could see meeting with his fellow representative there, who is also expected to defend herself. I want to go.
Members of the Republican-led Tennessee House are set to.
This is awesome. Happening now. Tennessee House Republicans vote to advance bill to allow teachers to carry guns in schools a week after a mass shooting in Nashville. This is a reaction for the mothers, teachers, and advocates gathered to oppose this reckless legislation. Like, they're doing the, oh, we need more guns, not less meme. Let's arm the teachers, brother. Hell yeah, you. This country is such a fucking joke, dude. I hate this fucking nation so much.
Would be dead because of your attitudes.
Teacher shortage is going to get worse. You know any teachers? They don't get paid to you die. Met these people, they shouldn't have guns. Former teacher, I would never carry a gun to school. And I know how to use a gun and I own it. I would never carry a gun in front of my students. I loved my students. I would die for them, but I would not shoot them. I am so glad I'm not a Tennessee educator. Be here tomorrow, 8 a.m.
There are children alive today that would be dead because of your attitudes.
Teacher shortage is going to get worse.
Arming teachers is such an insane concept. Yeah. It was tested after the Parkland shooting. And at the time, everyone thought the Pioneer program, which is what they're pushing for in Tennessee now, was absolutely unimaginably insane. And yet now it's becoming more commonplace. Because the United States of America is a fucking insane nation. It's not a real country. It's just a bunch of corporations in a fucking trench coat. And one of those corporations is gun manufacturers. That's it. Absolute insanity.
To vote on whether to remove 3 Democrats from office for leading a protest over gun laws following the deadly Nashville school shooting. Last week, Democratic reps Justin Jones, Justin Pierce.
The irony is that people are telling me that teachers were actually armed at Covenant. Yeah. In a lot of schools, we already have school resource officers, cops, security, armed security. Link perverts, exactly.
Now we must.
Let's hear what Charlie Kirk has to say about the Second Amendment.
Now we must also be real. We must be honest with the population. Having an armed citizenry comes with a price. Wow. And that is part of liberty. Wow. Driving comes with a price. 50,000 people die on the road every year. Wow. That's a price. You get rid of driving, you'd have 50,000 less auto fatalities. But we have decided that the benefit of driving, speed, accessibility, mobility, having products, services, is worth the cost of 50,000 people dying on the road. Wow. So we need to be very clear that you're not going to get gun deaths to zero. It will not happen. Right. You can significantly reduce them through having more fathers in the home, yes, by having more armed guards in front of schools.
There's no better representation that we are devolving as a society than seeing reactionary arguments get dumber and dumber over the course of the years that I've been alive and have been an active political commentator online. This is the most easily dismissible argument. The most effective counter to it is, okay, let's regulate guns in the same way that we regulate vehicles. Driver's licenses are required for all vehicles. They have greatly reduced vehicular accidents. Let's do that for guns. He would never agree to that. That's number one. Number two, transportation with vehicles serves a profoundly important purpose. Guns do not carry that level of importance. They do not, no matter which way you cut it. You can't light your cigarette with a gun, even though Charlie Kirk should try and do that, in my opinion. You can't ride your gun to work, even though, you know, a lot of these people, these homosexuals, love riding their guns. Okay? They should just try and do it. Light your cigarette with a gun. Have fun. See where that takes you. If you love guns so much, light your cigarette with a gun. Test it out. Must carry insurance. All cars, guns need to be registered in a national database and re-registered every year. Yeah. None of these things qualify because they utilize the Second Amendment. Also, in many of these mass shootings, there are armed security guards. There are armed police officers. There are armed security guards. At Uvalde, cops were on scene immediately. And even in the case of the Covenant School shooting, cops arrived on scene. It took 14 minutes. They went in immediately. And unlike the Uvalde sacks of shit, they actually did what they were supposed to. They rushed the shooter and shot him. And even when they did the right thing, they did the absolute best thing that they could have done in that circumstance. 6 people, which included 3 children, 9 years old, 6 people died. Now, cops did the right thing. It's time for the legislators to do the right thing. When we talk about gun control, that's what we are talking about. We're talking about reducing the number of possible mass shootings by putting some kind of safety mechanism in the process. Actual gun control is that. It's to make it a little bit more difficult to own a gun. Not saying you can't own a gun whatsoever, but make it more difficult so that people who are suicidal can't have access to weapons and then use them to kill themselves. If you care about mass shootings, that's one issue. But if you care about gun deaths, 54% of gun deaths are gun suicides. Men have an overwhelmingly higher rate of suicide because more often than not, they use guns. Bro, why are you saying the same point over and over again? Because unfortunately, Americans are very stupid. And I've been not only repeating the same talking points on this broadcast or this past week or this past month, I've been repeating these same talking points for the past decade. That's the saddest part. And it seems as though society has only devolved over the past decade that I've been saying the same exact shit.
We should have an honest and clear reductionist view of gun violence, but we should not have a utopian one. You will never live in a society when you have an armed citizenry and you won't have a single gun death. That is nonsense. It's drivel. But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational. Nobody talks like this. They live in a complete alternate universe. So then how do you reduce? Very simple. People say, oh, Charlie, how do you stop school shootings? I don't know. How did we stop shootings at baseball games? Because we have armed guards outside of baseball games. That's why. How did we stop all the shootings at airports? We have armed guards outside of airports. How do we stop all the shootings at banks? We have armed guards outside of banks. How do we stop all the shootings at gun shows? Notice there's not a lot of mass shootings at gun shows. There's all these guns because everyone's armed.
Nothing he's saying is correct. Like, there have been shootings in pretty much every single place that he just mentioned. What the fuck is he saying? Almost all of those places are gun-free zones. And there have been shootings in all of those places regardless. Also, here's where he's not wrong. Some gun deaths will always happen if there are guns. That part is not incorrect. That part is correct. Except a comparable statistic to look at is Switzerland, a nation that has a higher rate of gun ownership than other nations surrounding it. Switzerland's rate of gun violence is literally nowhere near the United States of America. So incredibly fucking stupid.
Pearson and Gloria Johnson led chants and held signs, even a bullhorn, urging their Republican colleagues to pass stricter gun laws after 3 children and 3 staffers were killed by a shooter at that school. ABC's Jay O'Brien is following this closely. Jay, these 3 have already lost their ID access to the state capitol. They've been stripped of their committee assignments. Walk us through what happened here and where we stand.
Yeah, and so what happened?
I'm not going to lie. This is an incredibly unimaginable, undemocratic act. And the media is literally not covering it in the way that they're supposed to. They keep making it seem like, yeah, no, there is credence to like what the Republicans were saying with respect to this expulsion. I don't know what the fuck, like, what's the takeaway from this? It's not like liberal media for the most part is like pro-gun. They're not. It's actually surprising.
What happens is it starts last week, as you said, that video that you just played. These 3 members, these 3 Democrats in the Tennessee House of Representatives, they go up to the well of the House, they have a bullhorn, and there's an ongoing protest in the Tennessee Capitol after that tragic Nashville shooting. The protest is for gun safety legislation and the like. And these 3 members engage as part of that protest on the floor of the Tennessee House. Now, what they're accused of doing, I'll show you exactly. Here is the resolution to expel one of them, Gloria Johnson. My copy's highlighted here, but it's the exact same resolution for Justin Pearson and Justin Jones, the other 2 lawmakers here who the Tennessee House will vote to expel at some point today, it's expected. Could be moments from now even. And they're accused of, and I'll quote directly, shouting, pounding on the podium, leading chants with citizens in the gallery, and generally engaged in disorderly and disruptive conduct. That is the resolution that Republicans in the Tennessee House are bringing to a vote today to expel these 3 Democrats, saying that they were disorderly, that they disrupted decorum while engaging in this protest. I can tell you Democrats in the Tennessee House say that they were engaging, and they took a phrase from John Lewis here, in good trouble. And they are preparing to try to fight this resolution in a special election that would come if these 3 members are expelled.
And it's an interesting element, Jay, because they're admitting themselves that they did break the rules, and they know that they did, but they're still saying, for the Republican side of things, there's a lot of hypocrisy here.
And it's rare to expel someone in the Tennessee House. And that's one of the things that Democrats are leveling at Republicans, that according to the local reporting that we're reading in places like the Tennessean, et cetera.
Yeah, liberal media will bring about the new age fascist dystopia with welcoming arms. They'll just be like, yeah, they were actually violating decorum. Like, let's talk about the stakes here, man. No? You don't think that's relevant? You don't think that it's relevant that there's like actual protests that are ongoing on an issue that is like very important that the Tennessee state representatives are refusing to do anything about? And actually the only thing that they're doing is basically fucking is basically fucking arm teachers more? Like, that's their solution? You think that there is... You think that that's not pertinent, important to mention? Might as well just have one of the fucking Tennessee state Republicans come up and talk about how they violated decorum themselves instead of having one of you fucking goons in suits say it. Fuck the rules. What do you mean, what about the rules, you know? What the fuck? Who cares about the rules? This is not editorializing. You should mention the actual stakes.
Who's doing excellent work on this, that they've only expelled 2 members of the Tennessee House of Representatives since the 1800s, and those were after investigations, and they were bipartisan votes. So Democrats in the Tennessee House are accusing Republicans of essentially...
Go ahead. Talk about what they said. I know they didn't expel the white woman who was protesting right next to Jones. I know, I saw. I know. So, I mean, she's a good person too, as far as I've seen, for the record. But, you know, she also has certain qualities that I think helped at least some Tennessee Republicans not want to vote for her. They asked her directly why. She said it's because of race, obviously. Yeah. She outright said it was because she's white when she left after the vote. Yeah, I know. It is. And there you go. She's a good person.
Yes, and we're going to fight hard to get him back. I will answer your question. It might have to do with the color of our skin.
Please tell us more.
Yes, and we're going to fight hard to get him back. I will answer your question. It might have to do with the color of our skin.
Please tell us more.
Yes, and we're going to fight.
There you go. Who the fuck boos that? White people. White people hate nothing more than even the prospect of other white people being called racist. Because they fear, perhaps justifiably, that they themselves might be called racist by the same people, that they themselves might come across as racist. So there's this like AOE damage. Whenever you're in the presence of a white person that's not like an anti-racist, you know, they will get very, very touchy about that. Oh, now here we go. See? Look. Look, he did it. He did it immediately. Immediately. He got banned, but I caught him before he did it. He did the thing. It's so easy. Call an actually racist circumstance racist, and you will have a bunch of people who literally had nothing to do with the issue at all immediately chime in. Now, this person might actually be a nice person otherwise, okay? That person might actually be like a totally normal person, okay? But he can't not help. He can't not say something. He can't. He will not stop himself. He has to chime in and be like, dude, you're fucking unhelpful, brother. What does that mean? You want to unpack this? You want to unpack this conversation? What's the argument that, like, when I talk about white fragility, for example, that you have to come in and say, dude, that's really fucked up that you're mentioning white fragility. It's unhelpful because it's going to make me racist? Like, is that what you're saying? Does it make you feel like you want to be racist when I talk about white fragility by demonstrating white fragility so perfectly? What is that? You want to engage in white solidarity real quick? What happened in that circumstance is undeniably racist. Someone asked me why people were booing her. It's because she said the correct thing and people took it seriously. You became an example of the very thing that we saw in that video when I talked about the fragility that certain white people feel when they are in proximity of someone being correctly called out for their racism. You also ended up otherizing the cause by saying your cause. If you understand my cause, if you recognize my cause to be black emancipation, does that mean you are standing in opposition to that? You don't feel uncomfortable presenting it in a way where you are literally against it? What do you mean your cause? Should it not be your cause as well? These are things that you can check yourself on in order to become a better person in the future. Okay? Understand that. You might not be a racist person. You might not even recognize that you have certain biases. We all have them. Okay? We all have these biases that we internalize. We don't even recognize it. This should be your moment of recognition so you no longer behave this way, so you no longer act out this way. You get it? Anyway. Not here anymore? Yeah, he got banned and immediately ran away. No, I unbanned him. And it's this idea that we have to get on our knees and beg the oh so superior whites to please help us with our cause instead of them not being so fucking fragile when we correctly point out these issues. Yeah. Bullshit. That's why I always say as a white person that, like, when fucking some random like young black Zoomer is like chirping in a way that is like unimaginably off base. Okay? Or even when people fucking call me racist too, which happens quite frequently, I don't care. I know what my perspective is. I've been advocating for social justice on these particular issues since before they even fucking developed object permanence. I don't give a shit. I'm not doing this so you like me. I'm doing this because I think it's right. And you should remember that as well. You do not become anti-racist because you want black people to think you're cool and like you. Become anti-racist because that's the right thing to do. So when in certain circumstances, when a 35-year-old Sephora employee that's still running a fucking Barb Stan account calls you a racist because of a tweet you never actually fucking posted 3 years ago as they were engaging in defending the national white supremacist leader, Tucker Carlson, because Queen Barb, Nicki Minaj, defended Tucker Carlson. And then those motherfuckers still hold on to that grief and consider me a white supremacist racist every time I pop off on the fucking timeline. I don't care. Okay? I don't. You don't do it so the barbs will like you, or that black Twitter will say, oh man, that's a funny white boy. You do it because it's the right thing to do. Don't forget when Jidion did it. Well, Jidion's a great example of this because I think, like, I mean, I don't know what he did in his latest video, but like, I think that I have a good relationship with Jidion now, even though he originally said or thought or even implied that I was like, you know, being patronizing to him. People think you're a racist? What? It's just delusional people. Did you see the NATO war plans? Wait, what the fuck? Classified documents detailing secret American NATO plans have appeared on Twitter and Telegram. Wait, what? I don't believe it. I'll have to assess this. I saw them and looked legit. Chad is like, bro, trust me. I've seen secret transatlantic council NATO plans like a million times, dog. Trust me. Like, this one was pretty legit. Anyway, we'll take a look at this in a little bit. Dog, I follow every OSINT account, okay? Trust me, bro.
Weaponizing this expulsion process to kick these 3 Democrats out because they didn't like the protest that they engaged in. Republicans, again, returning to that argument that I just laid out for you, that these members were disorderly and deserve to be kicked out. And again, that vote expected to happen at some point today. It could be moments from now, Diane.
So, Jay, what have you been seeing on Capitol Hill in terms of the broader tensions between parties on gun control? And is Washington weighing in on what's happening in Tennessee right now?
Well, it's interesting. All politics is local, right? So you're seeing something in Tennessee, organic from the Nashville shooting, but it also ripples all the way to Capitol Hill. And we saw, even after the Nashville shooting, tensions rise on Capitol Hill as well. You'll remember that interaction between Jamal Bowman, Democrat of New York, and Thomas Massie, Republican of Kentucky. I'll walk you through it because it was a little bit ago. So Jamal Bowman goes out near the, and there's the video of it, near the door to the floor of the House of Representatives, starts telling reporters to press Republicans on gun issues. Thomas Massie comes out and they start to have this very, and you can see, animated.
Dude, Jamal Bowman could beat his fucking ass cheeks, by the way. He's pretty fucking jacked. Like, not my favorite. Literally have his, like, phone number. That's how fucking excited I was at his run originally. Definitely has fallen from grace, at least in my opinion, with respect to his like personal politics and what he advocates for. Having said that, though, beat the fucking ass cheeks off of these motherfuckers.
Debate about guns right there in the door behind Thomas Massie, that brown door, that's the floor of the House of Representatives. So tension even flaring there as well, Diane. But in terms of policy and in terms of action, one of the things we've seen from Republicans in the House is that they don't show a willingness to engage on guns issues. Democrats are repeatedly calling for Republicans to bring some kind of issue on guns to the floor, but Republicans saying that that is not something they're interested in doing, and they're accusing Democrats of turning this into a political issue, Diane.
All right, Jay O'Brien, thanks for that.
I can't believe that they would turn our political inaction in the face of gun violence into a political issue. It's so fucked up. Like, dude, I love that. I fucking love that. I love when people in Congress are literally fucking stating that, like, doing congressional work is a political issue. Like, demanding Congress to do politics is political, and we can't have that. Yeah, look at him, look at him, look at him. He's fucking jacked. I know. Perfect form, too. It's pretty crazy. I can't do that. I mean, these guys are such fucking freaks. They literally said you made this House session political, dude. They literally said you made this House session political. It's like, bro, we're doing politics. Like your job description says politician. Do you understand? You fucking idiot. Like your job is literally doing politics. Like we often joke about how when the people say like, man, they sure made, I hate that like, you know, games are so political nowadays, like unlike video games such as Call of Duty, you know? Or keep your politics out of my video games. But I never thought I would see the day when they're saying, keep your politics out of my house of politics. I hate that you are demanding as a politician, I do politics at the place that I do politics. It's like asking for fucking fries with a side of as a side with your Big Mac at McDonald's, and then they go, "Sir, this is a McDonald's. We don't sell Big Macs here, and we certainly don't sell French fries. What are you thinking?" That's what you're supposed to do.
Here in this Tennessee General Assembly, that's why you're standing there.
This guy's feelings were hurt. So there's no bigger crime that especially a black politician could ever engage in other than offend the sensibilities and the feelings of a white politician. Okay? A white Southern Republican politician. My last name is Farmer, sir. I come from a long line of farmers. I do declare, I say at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute outbreak. And if you no longer want to see those ads, you might not take politics out of this body, but you might be able to take the top of the hour ad break out of your viewership by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. I, Andrew Farmer, son of Jonathan Jebediah Farmer, do declare that you can also avoid those ads if you're lucky by getting gifted a sub. Ting! Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. It's a 3-minute outbreak now.
Here in this Tennessee General Assembly, that's why you're standing there, because of that temper tantrum that day, for that yearning to have attention. That's what you wanted. Well, you're getting it now. So I just advise you, if you want to conduct business in this house, file a bill. Be recognized, stand there and present it, and pass it. All you got to do is pass the bill.
Representative Pearson.
Now, you all heard that. How many of you would want to be spoken to that way? How many of you would want to be spoken to that way?
Like they're kids, like they're children.
We're not talking about...
Bro, I know that like the most common tactic is like, oh, there goes black people, there go black people, calling the race card, calling everything racist. But like, if you look at a circumstance like this and you think that this is not guided by so much fucking racist white supremacist sentiment, you gotta be blind, dude. Like they are quite literally saying that they're quite literally saying that these educated representatives that are doing their jobs and representing their constituents are uppity and should be punished. In a state body that has refused to punish pedophiles and cousin fuckers and even those who have pissed in the seats of others. All three of these things that I just mentioned.
Politics, we're not talking about even gun violence. How many of you would want to be spoken to that way? The reason that I believe the sponsor of this legislation, of this resolution, spoke that way is because he's comfortable doing it. Because there's a decorum that allows it. There's a decorum that allows you to belittle people. We didn't belittle nobody.
Well, I mean, let's be real. If they did, they would still be in violation of decorum. So the thing about this is consistent with the principle that I've brought up many, many times over. Like, there's no First Amendment rights in this country if you are from a marginalized background or speaking for marginalized communities. There's no Second Amendment right if you are from a marginalized background or defending marginalized communities. None of the Supreme Court constitutional protections, okay, none of the constitutional protections are for you. And this decorum conversation is identical. You are going against the grain. You're advocating for gun control. You're doing it while you're black, okay? You're being loud. That's it. That's a violation of decorum that is unimaginable. You're done. You're expelled. That's it. If you're a Republican, on the other hand, even if you're a black Republican, but especially if you're a white Republican, on the other hand, you can get away with whatever the fuck you want. Okay? Look at Marjorie Taylor Greene. Great example.
The report is raising some serious questions about Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas and the lavish gifts that he reportedly accepted from a GOP mega donor.
I mean, speaking of black Republicans, we're going to, of course, move on to Clarence Thomas. Now, that's a fun little story. We'll talk about Mr. Beast as well. And Chris Tyson. We will also talk about Mehdi Hasan's conversation with Matt Taibbi. I guess before we move on to that, hold on. Before we get to Clarence Thomas.
With the intention of malice, even those probably sat on the side, man, they probably didn't understand. They might have just been like,
you know what?
Laughed off
it was
like
ignorance from what I saw. You know, that's what it was.
Did I not mention?
KSI is now going to fucking he went to the El Hikam Institute, a mosque in Bradford, right? Fucking, and he's getting the big ups, yeah, for the fucking slur he used, right? It's fucking mental. It's mental. He's done it. He's fucking done it, lad. He's done it. He's at a mosque now, and the imam is going to be fucking telling him, you know, you used the P word. It's a bad word. You fucking knew what was going on. And now it's all right. We're fucking good now. Still don't understand what slur he used. Pakistani, but shortened. Americans do not understand this concept. So I spent like an hour explaining it to them, but they still don't get it. They're like, what? I thought that was like a loving, endearing term. In America, it's not even a term. Okay? Just not a thing. In the UK, however, it is a thing. Okay? It's a very bad thing. I literally covered it on my YouTube channel. What did KSI do? If you want to understand it further, you can go and watch it. I didn't know there was a slur and I have a Pakistani sister. Wait, what? How do you have a Pakistani? Why'd you say it like that? I guess, wait. What? Like a stepsister? Like what? Anyway.
That word. But that's what it's part of learning.
Yeah. Everyone
he's
makes
here
mistakes,
to learn about what it is. He's never been in a mosque. He said, yeah, with the
Anyway, Simon Updates replies, says nobody's expecting him to be commended for this, but at least he can do. But the least he can do is face up to his mistakes and educate himself, and he's doing that. As mentioned in the video, he's there to learn. I mean, good on him. Good on him. Do you have the video of him reading from paper? No. Do the Bradford accent now, giving that northern rip. I don't know how to do a northern accent. I can't. I can't do it, lad. Where is the OG video of him reading from a piece of paper? I mean, look, it's good. It's good that he's doing all this shit. Okay. Wait, Muta said this is filmed like ISIS captured him or something. Yeah, what the fuck?
First of all, I want to address a recent incident in a video whereby my
being of South Asian descent, I don't believe KSI is racist. He dropped the slur that's centric to the UK and he apologized. Once is fine, and I hope he doesn't fumble again. The apology tour is cringe and seems manufactured and move on. Yeah, what the fuck's going on, dude? He's like, KSI's doing the classic, like, I'm going to wash your hands and feet. I'm going to wash your feet with my bare hands shit right now, which is, like, kind of wild. Yeah, I could have just said, like, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, mate. Didn't know what I was doing, right? Fucking hell. I thought it'd be funny. It's my bad, right? It's fucking... I've been hanging out with Logan too much, right? Fucking Logan Paul. He's from Ohio, if you don't know. That's what I would have done in that situation. I'm dropping the P slur and I'm immediately fucking throwing Logan Paul on the bus and be like, dude, I've been hanging out with this fucking guy, okay? We've been selling a lot of Prime, and it's great, but also some of his racism rubbed off on me. He's from fucking Ohio.
First of all, I want to address a recent incident in a video whereby my actions have affected many people, especially in the South Asian community. I want to take this opportunity to offer my deepest and most sincere apologies for my words and actions. In a recent video, I used a racial term that is offensive to so.
I will only forgive him if he does wudu with prime water. I think that would make him more. I don't think that cleanses him. I think that makes him dirtier. I'm gonna be honest with you. It won't hold. It's not gonna. It's not gonna take.
So many, especially in the South Asian community. There are no excuses for what I said, and I recognize I've caused a lot of hurt and disappointment to
prime water over Zemzem.
Look up to me, and my ignorance has only reinforced the negative stereotypes that have existed for.
Bro, okay, I can't be alone in this, but like, this apology legit is longer than the crime committed. You know what I mean? What the fuck? I mean, I don't know. Listen, to all the brown dudes in England, you tell me. I don't fucking get it. obviously I'm super fucking, you know, I'm pretty white, even though I do get my fair share of, like, you know, anti-Muslim slurs and shit in America, but it's never to the same degree. So you know better, but it does feel like he's just going off the walls. Apologizing to town citizens for speeding. He's only going this hard because of Prime and the partnerships they have. Bro, that's literally racism. The black business partner has to fucking get on his hands and knees every time he does some shit. Logan Paul is doing the equivalent of like 10p slurs on like a daily basis. And not even remotely, the Prime sales are not even remotely impacted. Like, that's wild, dude. I mean, all jokes aside. As a brown person who grew up in the Middle East, and I have Arab slurs for South Asians that did not originate from the Commonwealth. KSI is the real face of Prime, though? I guess, yeah. Prime sent in the racial sensitivity training. Dude, so many people hate Logan. That's not true at all. Yeah, but, like, their sponsorships are intact, or their distribution is intact still. Look. The thing is, I think we have a heightened level of sensitivity when it's like someone whose brand is like pretty intact and doesn't get into like this level of trouble. Keyword's a pretty big deal because Brown's going to have it screamed at them. Yeah, no. I get that. But I do think that it's a good thing that he's going overboard with the apologies, because Little Bear, you are right. He has a young audience. I don't think it's a bad thing that he's making it very clear that what he has done is wrong. Yeah, I think it's a good thing. I also come from a different era of the internet where like this shit is unimaginable to me, because like, I don't know. It's like kind of wild. It's kind of cool that like, you know, such a prominent content creator would go out, pop off with a fucking slur, and then immediately be like, I am the most sorry that anyone has ever been on the planet. I'm going to visit mosques. I am going to fight the EDL with my hands. You know what I mean? I'm going to find where Yaxley Lennon lives and fight him, challenge him to a boxing match. Like, it's wild. Wait, this is Jidion's last video. Is white is right? Oh no. Wait, he shouted me out in his white is right video? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Listen. Oh God. Listen, I trust Nico. I trust him. Oh brother, this is gonna be fucking wild. Oh no. Okay, well, I can't wait. Wait, what the fuck? Wait. Muta actually fucking went to the Kaaba? This is a joke, right? He did. He went on Hajj? He literally did? Bro, Muta is a better Muslim than me? That is wild. It's Photoshop, right? You're fucking joking. Yeah, no, this is a Photoshop. Let's be real, low bar here. Okay, but this is the highest bar, motherfucker. If this was real, which it isn't. If this was real, which it isn't, it seems like it's fake. But Yeah, did it years ago, going to go back next year. Wait, no fucking shot. Hasan, come on, it's not real. Look closely, bro. He's wearing a towel. What do you mean, dude? Everyone's a better Muslim than you? Okay, but like this would put him... If you do the pilgrimage, you're like automatically better than like a gigantic chunk of Muslims. Like most of them, due to lack of access or lack of wealth, can't even fucking do it until like later in their lives. What do you mean? This is like one of the fucking highest echelons of Islam. He is the highest MMR Muslim at that point. I'm not saying he did this. I'm just saying that like if you do the pilgrimage, if you go to Hajj, it's like it's seen as like the highest MMR of Islam. Basically, you're radiant. You're a radiant level player. Yo, it's kind of like buying your way into heaven like the Catholics. No. But it is considered to be like a platinum level achievement in Islam. You know what I mean? Like you get... No, it's not like about fucking buying your way to heaven at all. What are you talking about? Yeah, Indonesia spend their life savings to go to Hajj one time in their lives. Exactly. I don't think he would lie about going, right? Like, is this a fucking meme? Muslim MMR is hilarious. What ELO you at? Hajj is like a victory royale. It's like a squad wipe, and then you hit a victory royale after the squad wipe. I am literally iron ELO Muslim. I mean, I'm wood ELO Muslim, okay? The worst. Can I buy a boosted Muslim account of someone who went to Hajj? No, you can't. That's pretty cool though that he's gone. I'm genuinely shocked that he... I don't think he would lie. When someone asked if he had gone, I don't think he would lie. It does look like it's fake though. Oh no. Hello guys and gals. Today we're going to install the Arch Linux in the Kaaba. Yeah, he actually talked about it and how Mecca is actually kind of a hyper-focused tourist trap and how shitty it actually is. As a Muslim, I have to agree. When we go to Hajj, we have to be reminded that despite going to the pilgrimage, there will be constant people trying to sell you and scam you using religion as a tool to do so. Oh, yeah. And to focus on the pilgrimage rather than materialism. You cannot reach Jannah if you attended Creator Clash or Shit Camp. It's literally in the rules. Lots of fake Zemzem water. Well, don't worry. Turns out KSI is making some prime. Some prime Zemzem water. Oh. He is not, but doesn't stop him from bringing up Muslim holidays for his jokes, which is really weird if you really think about it. Why would he be bringing up some holiday from another religion for your own pleasure? Isn't it kind of weird to go on the Hajj if you are a Muslim? Yeah, you can't, technically. Not that, like, people would fucking figure it out, but like, you're not allowed. They will donate 2% of their prime profits as zakat. No, you have to have some proof that you're a Muslim. Yeah, I actually don't know how the fuck they do that. Like, what are you supposed to say, the fucking shahada? Like, if you're like a white guy from Minnesota, they're like, say the shahada right now, son of a bitch. And then they're like, Pepele, you? No, I'm Turkish. That's it. It doesn't fucking matter. Like, there's no one is looking at a fucking Turkish guy with a Turkish passport and going, oh yeah, his name is Hasan, but he must not be Muslim. Like, if I wanted to, I could go. Not that I would, but would you ever go on Hajj? Maybe, just to experience it. I don't understand what Islam has anything to do with saying the P word. I thought the P word was a South Asian thing. What? No one in England would call me the P word. But yeah, it is a brown person thing for the most part. I think, like, if you're brown, like if you got brown skin, if you look like you're from the MENA region, or if you look like you're from Southeast, then that's what they use the P word against. Again, remember, racists are very indiscriminate with their discrimination. Like, they don't really think about it. They're not like, they're just like, okay, brown, you know, whatever. Like, it's slur time. It's like a person that uses like an East Asian slur, you know what I mean? They will call like everyone that slur. They don't care if you're like Korean, Vietnamese, Laotian. Like, it's just like all Asians are the same. You know what I mean? I'm half Saudi and have been called the P word before. Yeah, it's just like if you're in the UK and you look brown enough, someone who's racist will fucking call you the P word. It's like calling all Hispanics the B slur, even though it's a Mexican-specific slur. Yes. Exactly. Yeah, I use this example in my video. The hate crimes against Sikh people, post 9/11 was a good example of this, where the first person who died in an anti-Muslim hate crime wasn't fucking Muslim. He was Sikh. Yep, I'm brown and I've been called the sand N-word multiple times. I'm Mexican. I'm sorry for laughing at that. No, that's fucking hilarious. It's like, bro, what do you mean? I'm Catholic, dog. Oh, Jesus Christ. God, racist people are so fucking stupid. They're so dumb. They're so stupid. It's like, I don't know what to say. Okay. I did not know this about muta, which is pretty impressive, honestly. I do find this to be like, I think it's impressive that he did this, the pilgrimage.
For way too long in this country. I want to express my heartfelt regret for what I
By the way, this apology is still going.
said, and I want you to know that I am genuinely ashamed and deeply sorry for any pain or suffering I have caused.
Yeah, it was playing the whole time in the background while I was watching. Anyway, it is cool that, imagine if they called some Hindu dude a Muslim slur, they would be like, if you only got your racism right, we could bond over shitting on Muslims. Yeah. I mean, not all Hindu dudes are like that. Okay, calm down. Fucking guy. Schadenfreude is Indian, everybody. Anyway, in France, they use the word Arab for every brown person. From Morocco to India. Yeah, every country has its own like weird slur shit that I find fascinating because I'm a racist. But it is fascinating. The ice cream man in my neighborhood growing up was a very nice, sick man who always had my favorite ice cream ready for me, Pink Panther ice cream. I didn't see him after 9/11. I imagine people were assholes to him. Yeah. No, she was bad. Bro, rate the apology, though. Dude, it's too much. Stop saying that. Your sarcasm is too subtle. Yeah, I sometimes forget. I am, of course, not racist. I am, however, fascinated with racists. That is true. I do. I love learning about like new and different ways that people have like worked their creative muscles to the fucking core to find a way to be discriminatory. And it's insane to me. I'm fascinated with the weaknesses of individuals, with the weakness of mankind. You know, it is what it is. A racism sommelier, if you will. Yes, exactly. Opening up ancient tomes and finding the new ways. Watch the full apology. It's 3 minutes. It's even longer? No shot, brother. It's not. No. I'm not watching the fucking longer version. No, that's too much. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I mean, look, like I said, I think it's more so that he is a less problematic content creator than other peers in similar fields. So it's more shocking coming from him. You know what I mean? He probably has fucking hundreds of thousands of brown kids in England and all around the world that love him. You know what I mean? So to them, it's like extra fucked up. You know what I mean? KSI, like, look, the sidemen are diverse. The sidemen are unique. There's literally I think Vicstar is of Indian descent, right? I don't want to get that wrong, but like there is a brown guy on there, right? So it's like if you said the C word to your audience, okay. What is this? The Islam conversion after a fuck up never fails. That's so stupid. KSI was so problematic back in the day. Can't count the amount of white kids repeating very problematic shit from his 2010 FIFA videos. Dude, you're talking about 2010. He was a YouTuber in 2010. I said, in comparison to his peers, for a fucking reason, dog. In 2010, YouTube would ban you if you weren't saying slurs, okay? YouTube was like, no slurs in this video. It won't be on the recommended tab, okay? Sorry. Like, get the fuck out of here. It wasn't all right. It wasn't okay, but like, understand that. Yeah, I mean, I covered this extensively. There's no reason to talk about it more, I think. But yeah. The P word is historically been used in a derogatory manner. It is literally like the N word for all brown people in the UK. That's it. The origin traced back to the 1960s and 70s. We covered all this. When violent gangs in England who were opposed to immigration in England would go around P word bashing. They would carry out violent attacks against people of South Asian descent and their businesses. Anti-immigrant groups such as the National Front, BNP, and the white power skinheads would use the term P word as an insult, and immigrants from South Asian countries would regularly be called that in order to make them feel inferior. 1978, a textile worker named Altub Ali was stabbed to death in East London as he walked home from work. During their trial, his attackers said they attacked him. For that reason, the term's derogatory use has continued into the 2000s and 2010s with groups such as the EDL, my favorite group of racists in England, okay? Because they are as hateful as they are stupid. So they make a lot of great content. Nico Omalana has routinely made fun of them, British YouTuber that is doing the menace off with Jidion right now. Highly recommend you guys watch his videos if you haven't seen it. EDL also my favorite for Islamic ray guns, famously. When you do this meme, when you do the free head meme, free head, that's EDL. Like it's the perfect, say EDL the fun what? EDL. Tommy Robinson, staying the life of a true Brexit geezer. Islamic ray guns are coming. We need to not let them in, right? Fucking hell, man. Anyway, so my dad about to call me the B word. I mean, we're both Guatemalan, but it still felt weird about it. He does make all kinds of edgy jokes. He never turns it off either. What? Dude, if you're Guatemalan and your dad's Guatemalan and he uses a slur against you, like, it is what it is. You know what I mean? It's like, in-group shit. What do you mean? You're mad at your dad, so you're asking a fucking white guy what to do about it? Like, that's just dad shit, What am I supposed to do about it? Anyway. So, yeah, that's the P word. We covered it. My man has been, asking for forgiveness, begging for forgiveness. But it's good. It's good to see that. Actually, like, in my opinion, I think that signals a change in some respects, like that I like. I do. I like that. I think it's like ultimately a net positive. But here's someone who hasn't changed and will never change and has been rewarded for it. We're going to talk about Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas. Bestiality porn enthusiast, prolific abuser, sexual abuser, all-around awful guy, one of the worst Supreme Court justices in contemporary American history, Clarence Thomas. Turns out, according to a ProPublica report, Justice Clarence Thomas, who has lied time and time again about how he has regular working-class tastes, has been getting paid, bribed, or at least accepting several luxury trips paid for by a GOP mega donor.
A brand new report is raising some serious questions about Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas and the lavish gifts that he reportedly accepted from a GOP mega donor. ProPublica says that the luxury vacations from billionaire Harlan Crow...
Just dunking on black people today? Yeah, I know. Don't worry, I'm going to salvage it in a little bit when I watch the Jidion video, White is Right. I know. Well, actually, technically, we started off with Tennessee being racist. So at least there was that.
Were never disclosed. And according to these ProPublica, these are photos of Clarence Thomas and his wife, Ginny Thomas, with Crow and others during a trip to Indonesia back in 2019. The report says that the Thomas...
I'm going to say, maybe Dr. Umar is not all that wrong. That's not always, but this time, you got to hand it to him. This is one instance.
Thomas flew on Crow's private jet to Indonesia for the 9-day luxury vacation, one that they say is valued at more than $500,000. Now, ProPublica goes on to say that the extent and frequency of Crow's apparent gifts to Thomas have no known precedent in the modern history of the United States Supreme Court. And just
dude. Not sure. Remember Clarence got his start in a movement like what Dr. Umar was in? Yeah, and then he fucking read what's his face? Thomas Sowell, and like, dude, it's the lamest way to radicalize. You read a Thomas Sowell book and fucking Fountainhead, and then you become like this disgusting anti-black fucking weirdo. It's the worst. Like, it's the lamest way to get radicalized, dude. So whack. Dr. Umar is high-key racist. Okay, first of all, we're making jokes. That's number one. And number two, so is Clarence Thomas, okay? But in the other direction. And again, Dr. Umar, very memeable. Clarence Thomas, no memes. Can't make a meme. Motherfucker likes bestiality. And again, still not memeable. Ridiculous.
Minutes ago, Senate Majority Whip Dick Durbin had this to say, quote, "The ProPublica report is a call to action, and the Senate Judiciary Committee will act." CNN Supreme Court reporter Ariane DeVogue is joining us now with more on this very eyebrow-raising story. So, Ariane, how unprecedented is this really?
It's unheard of at the Supreme Court. This ProPublica report really detailing these lavish trips that Justice Clarence Thomas took and that were paid for by this mega donor, and trips, like you said, New Zealand, Indonesia, on private jets, private yachts, at private resorts. But what's really important here is to put
He was fucking balling. He was balling. He's balling.
To context, because it comes as the Supreme Court right now is under this white-hot spotlight where more and more people are thinking that the court is becoming more political, less a judicial branch, more like just another political branch. And you see Congress right now, it's moving, it wants more ethics disclosure. He himself, Thomas, is arguably the most conservative member of the court. And of course, his wife, Ginny Thomas, came under fire several months ago for texts that she sent to members of Trump's team in an effort to overturn election results. So this is all coming when the Supreme Court is in the middle of this swirling controversy, and it causes trouble for Clarence Thomas. And
I love, like, listen, I love when people go, I mean, I know why she's doing it, because like her job is to remain impartial, and part of that impartiality revolves around in order to like beef up her argument, she has to say that like the Supreme Court is not supposed to be political. Okay, here, I don't want to give her a rough pause here.
What there's
like part of that is supposed to, you know, I guess reinforce the lie that you don't know that the Supreme Court is political. You know what I mean? But it's always funny when, you know, other people who are just like regular commentators say it, and it's like, when wasn't it political? Like, there's never been a moment where the Supreme Court wasn't political. That's not a thing. It's either the good kind of political, where they get like minor civil liberties, offer minor civil liberties, or the bad kind of political, where throughout the history of the United States, they've just done awful things.
Saying now is Harlan Crow, this Dallas businessman, he was the one who paid for this. It was never disclosed, and he is given more, according to ProPublica, than $10 million in political contributions over the years.
Yeah, I mean, that's really stunning. So, Ariane, what has Harlan Crow said about all of this?
Well, he did release a statement that we got a copy of. He said, "We have never asked about a pending or lower court case, and Justice Thomas has never discussed one, and we have never..."
Yeah, we just love hanging out with him, dude. We have never asked about a pending or lower court case, and Justice Thomas has never discussed one, and we have never sought to influence Justice Thomas or any other on any legal or political issue.
To influence Justice Thomas on any legal or political issue. He says he's unaware of any of our friends ever lobbying or seeking to influence Justice Thomas. But the thing is, it really does put a spotlight on ethics at the Supreme Court, because the Judicial Conference just recently amended its own rules, and it would cover things like staying in a private resort, private jets. It said that those things have to be disclosed. So maybe arguably Thomas could say, look, before that they didn't need to be disclosed, so I didn't have to disclose it. But there's also federal law in place, and it says
8 out of 8 cases this guy's been connected to, Thomas has ruled in favor of. I'll be honest with you, even if that guy hadn't greased Clarence Thomas's wheels, he'd still be in favor of it. That's why he's in the position that he's in. Like, he was going to rule that way anyway. In a lot of instances, the same principle stands for NRA lobbying money, right? American Republican politicians get lobbying money from the NRA, but that's not the reason why they defend the NRA tooth and nail. That's just, a little bit of icing on the top. They're going to defend the NRA regardless because it's a wedge issue that benefits them because their constituents want that. So then wouldn't that make this not bribery? No, it's still bribery. Just because if he wasn't getting fucking paid for that, he would have ruled in a different direction. Doesn't change the reality. It's still bribery. They're just, they're just happy. Yeah, for chat, remember, Clarence Thomas is an originalist, meaning he tries to judge based on how the fucking founding fathers would have, meaning slave-owning white man who saw black people as property. Clarence Thomas is a fucking terrible human. He is. He's a bad person. He's a bad person both in his private life and his private affairs, and he's a bad person in the way that he has decided on Supreme Court cases. He's just a bad person in general. This really looks like he was brought along on their family vacations, Lamau. Yeah, it is kind of wild. Maybe he does just like him, dude. It's kind of weird. Like, this doesn't seem like some highfalutin, sex tourist ass shit. This just seems like a family vacay that him and his wife were allowed to join in on. Oh, by the way, new update from Tennessee. They did quite literally vote out the 2 black guys, and the one white lady was spared in the process. Yeah. It must be a coincidence. Shocking that that's how that turned out. Shocking. Truly, truly, truly shocking. Anyway. I don't know, man. It seems like there's a racism problem in Tennessee. What's your take? Whoa. Whoa. Guys, hold on now. Hold on now. I mean, I don't know if I take it that far. I mean, it does. It does seem to me like, I don't know. It does seem to me like that might be true. I don't know. Where's that one chatter that we banned and then I unbanned that was like saying, you know, you're hurting your cause by generalizing. Why does everything have to be about race? It's just politics? Race is literally political, dude. What the fuck? Motherfucker came in and was like, hold on. Oh, God, his name is Please Don't Ban Me. I'm black. Good troll. Good troll. Take a week off. Wait, what did he say? What was the last thing he said? I'm joking. Oh, okay. Well, you're unbanned anyway. For the record, I did not unban this person because their name is Please Don't Ban Me, I'm black. I unbanned them because they said that they were joking. Okay? Yeah. The transgender athlete ban coming from the Biden administration is fucking psychotic. We're going to cover that in a little bit. What does expulsion even mean? Do they lose their seats? Yes. Yes, actually, as a matter of fact. That is precisely what that means. Yeah. There were 3 Democratic House representatives in the state house in Tennessee that participated in the protests that were student-led on the issue of gun control. 2 of them were black men, and 1 was a white woman. Tennessee Republicans expelled the 2 black men, not just black, but young and black, that too. I think that also plays a role in it, for sure. And they did not expel the white lady. Now, she's actually good. Like, she's not a bad person either. Especially when they asked her why. No, they expelled both. As of this moment, they expelled both. It just happened. They asked her, why do you think you were spared?
And we're going to fight hard to get him back. I will answer your question. It might have to do with the color of our skin.
There you go. And then people were booing her too, which is fucking just freakazoid shit. I mean, it's pretty, by the way, it is in your face, and they didn't even like do plausible deniability, which leads me to believe that they did it intentionally. This is next level tactics. This is next level racism tactics. Is when you openly do something that people will say is racist, so that, you know, you can just be like, yeah, I can do it, and I did it because I can get away with it. All 3 of them were accused of the same thing, and they did not expel her. They expelled the 2 black men. And I think that it's to flex, to just like openly show, like, no, we did it on purpose. We did it deliberately. We did it because we are racist, that type of thing. They're doubling down since midterms. Conservatives are going hog wild. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I can't wait to see Fox News' take on this. I mean, they'll defend it. They'll say, Americans think everything is racist. These people do not know their place. Here, I can tell you what Tucker Carlson is going to say. He's going to basically say that they were uppity without using that word, okay, while implying that word, just like all of those other fucking racist, plantation-owning ass motherfuckers in the Tennessee House basically stated, right? Maybe might even throw thugs in there for good measure. Okay? It will say, yeah, it's a privilege to work there. They'll bring up the double standard. January 6th was treated like it was 9/11. Ha-ha! Worse than 9/11. But when it comes down to these thugs that take down the halls that were once hallowed, all of a sudden, when they're doing it for liberal causes, then it's not such a big problem. Well, it turns out it is a big problem in Nashville, Tennessee. You know, that sort of thing. What else will they do? They'll say everyone thinks everything is racist. This is not racist. They were behaving in an unorderly manner. They'll say, they'll basically state that like these guys deserve to be expelled. And they'll say that, you know, they might actually add in, Tucker might actually add in like a comparison to Black Lives Matter. You know, like they riot. Like black people riot. They love rioting, that sort of thing. You know what I mean? And it turns out there are certain places where you can't do that, which is the Tennessee House. Like he'll say some shit like that. And what else? That's pretty much it, actually. That's... Yeah, classless. They'll say it's classless. They'll cynically call it the real insurrection. And that's it. You write their script, don't you? No, I do not. Because Tucker Carlson never talks about the top of the hour ad break, which comes 9 minutes in sometimes. And Tucker Carlson certainly never talks about how you can avoid the top of the hour ad break. Cancel culture is real, they said. Well, it turns out you can cancel the top of the hour ad break by subscribing for $5 or for free. Ha ha! I laugh when you think cancel culture is not real, but I also laugh when you think the top of the hour ad break is canceling your experience watching this broadcast in an uninterrupted way. Turns out liberals don't want you to subscribe at the top of the hour. They don't want you to subscribe at all, as a matter of fact. George Soros never wants to gift subs, but others will. And perhaps those patriotic Americans will allow you, working class citizens, legacy Americans, to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Do you ever accidentally use one of these impressions IRL? No. My sub ended and I got the ad at 5:05 while you were talking. Why do we need a union with these states? What do you mean, bro? Because there are good people in these states still. Like, the problem is we always like looking at the heat map the Bible Belt, the Cancer Belt, the fucking poverty belt, whatever you want to call it. And those areas are predominantly black areas. Okay? And there's plenty of good people in those areas. Black people, white people, brown people, they're just poor. They have no say. They have no control. They have even less control than you do, right? You don't deserve this. That's why I never fucking run with the fuck these places suck type shit. Other than like joking about the Midwest or flyover states, like I would never advocate for that kind of thing. And I do get annoyed when liberals do that kind of thing. You know what I mean? So never forget that. Okay, but fuck Florida though. Yeah, I mean Florida can eat one. You know that's different. No, I'm kidding. No, the same goes for Florida too. I am the baby and Tennessee is the bath water. Yeah. So, you know, there's not really much you can do. Anyway, let's get back to Clarence Thomas.
Says that members of the judiciary should not accept anything of value from a person whose interests may be substantially affected. Again, language that might suggest that this kind of trip, this kind of money should have been disclosed. Now, Clarence Thomas, or neither Clarence Thomas or the Supreme Court has decided to give any kind of statement right now, but it comes as all eyes are on the Supreme Court.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you said, the federal law talks about anything of value. These are a lot of very valuable things. I think most people would agree with that. Ariane DeVogue, thank you very much.
In Baltimore, the Archdiocese is now...
Oh my God, this is so... Can you say Nebraska once, please? Nebraska.
Children who march, children who have been of people, especially children who march, children who are bitten by dogs, children who are beaten. If I got to get expelled, I'll take that.
Why do you think that you and Justin Jones were expelled, but Gloria Johnson was not expelled?
You cannot ignore the racial dynamic of what happened today. 2 young black lawmakers get expelled and the one white woman does not. That's a statement in and of itself.
Yeah. No, 100%. I think that it's deliberate. It's by design. They want you to know it's racist. Like I'm not even saying it's racist. I'm taking it a step beyond. I think the racist people want you to know that they are engaging in a racist act. You don't do that by accident. You could have expelled all 3 and then said, "Oh, plausible deniability. Oh, we don't know. Oh, come on now. You think everything is fucking racist." No, they've moved one step beyond that, where they're basically saying like, no, it is racist. What are you going to fucking do about it? Yeah. I think that is the point.
But you'll be back. You plan to be back. We'll be back. I believe Memphis and Millington going to send us back. And we're going to keep fighting for our communities because the status quo is not working. It's hurting people. It's killing people. And they're...
This situation feels like it's from 1980s and this guy's not helping. What do you mean this guy's not helping? The fuck? Fuck you mean this guy's not helping? What is he supposed to do? Not get fucking expelled? Like what? Wow. This guy's not helping by what? Being black? Yeah. Hey, sir, have you thought about not being black? You're not helping by being black. Unless he was trying to make a joke. He looks like he's from the 80s, I think is what he means. Oh, because he has the... Come on, man. Chill out.
Treating things like
Not
this
funny.
is normal. We can never normalize the ending of democracy. We can never normalize the tyranny of the way that these people in positions of power are operating due to white supremacy and due to the maintenance of patriarchy. That's what we're up against. But we are going to fight it because we believe that there is a future that we can live into that is better than the present that we currently have.
Yeah.
Of people, especially
What? Quiet session, I know. I think this was done intentionally. They could have easily been racist and then claim plausible deniability by expelling all three, but they chose to expel the 2 black men. The flex. Black in cabs? What? What do you mean? Sometimes a good pause helps me reflect. Good. Delete flex, replace it. One of their chant is you ban books, you ban drag kids. You ban drag kids, are still in body bags. Oh. Yeah. Bro, scared of capital or something? That's how much of a leftist I am, dude. Okay? That's how much of a leftist I am. I don't even use capital letters, okay? I hate capital. Seems like a troll and not a flex. No, I don't think it's a troll. I think it's like very clearly a deliberate message that they're intentionally sending to everyone that, you know, we can get away with doing this. What the fuck are you going to do about it? You can't do anything about it. Okay, let's do fuck. The Ukraine plans we'll do later because I want to take a look at what the Biden administration is doing. CNN openly lamenting jobs numbers being too high, the horror. Over the past year, the U.S. economy is unwell. Over the past year, the Fed has raised interest rates to cool the economy, but jobs numbers have blown past expectations. Guys, we got to just start, you know, we got to keep fucking firing people like the tech sector, you know? It's too much. It's too much. The working class have too much opportunity to purchase shit. Okay, they don't know their place. We got to do something about it. Not good. Aaron in the morning, says, Biden just betrayed the trans community. Biden allows trans athlete bans if it's important to achieving an educational objective and minimizes harms to the athlete, which specifically allows bans that use gender markers, use physical exams, and other sex-related criteria. Here's the actual new proposed rule. It says that bans still need to meet an important educational objective and minimize harm to students banned. But Republicans and even centrist Democrats will run with this as a cover to ban trans people in sports in high school. There is no reason for this to be done. I do not understand why they did it. Like, I mean, it's just so perfectly Democratic Party. It is so incredibly liberal. It's so perfect for the Democrats to do this. Remember, it's almost identical, but significantly more harmful, in my opinion, than the Democrats almost universally signing the like fuck socialism bill, right? It's symbolic, but ultimately you're conceding to the idea that socialism is a bad thing, right? Well, they call you socialist anyway, you fucking idiot. Why would you willingly go, yeah, let's sign the fuck socialism bill, which will allow Republicans to keep calling us fucking socialists regardless, and that's it. You know, we'll just say, yeah, we'll sit in the corner and say, no, you don't understand. Socialism is bad. We think it's bad too. Not defending trans people when they are mercilessly and viciously under attack is so stupid. And the counter is so easy as well. All you need to say is literally, this is irrelevant. This is a distraction. They are going after some of the most marginalized people for no fucking reason other than the fact that they have no policy provisions. They have no agenda. All they want to do is divide and harm. Okay? They got nothing. There are 3 trans athletes in the state of Kansas. The Democratic governor has vetoed the last bill, and then the Republican supermajority overrode that veto that allows for penis inspection days in the state of Kansas for K through 12. Okay? That's what's going on. We talked about this yesterday. There are 3 trans athletes. 2 of them are already graduating fucking high school. So there's only 1 trans girl in the entire fucking state. Who are they writing this pedophilic fucking bill for? Who? It's insane. It's absolutely insane. And the reality is, the overwhelming majority of Americans just simply have apathy for trans people. They just don't care. They don't think about it. They don't care. And when it's constantly being fucking recycled in the media by these freaks that constantly want to talk about the genitalia of children, they go, that's yucky. That's gross. Shut the fuck up. That's it. Why should anyone care? Lol, what? Well, I mean, I care about what happens to trans people. I think that it's good to care. You should too, probably, you know? Just out of sheer principle. It's important to demonstrate solidarity and express compassion and reinforce empathy for those who are marginalized. Just for the sheer purpose of what is right, to do what's right, you know? Do unto others what you would want to be done to you, kind of thing, you know? Just kind of the whole basis of this entire thing we call civilization. Leave me alone. I don't have to care. I don't care about what you care about. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I don't have... Medication chatter. Take your meds. All right. Anyway. So, time and time again, this administration has ran right for no good reason. The Biden administration saw global protests happening against American police brutality, like global protests happening against American police brutality, and they literally got into a position of power and said, fuck black people asking for any kind of reform or any kind of accountability from the police. We are running to give more money to the police. Suck my dick. Okay? They did that. They did that. Then Democrats ran alongside in the midterms, especially in New York, this rampant crime narrative that like crime is happening in every facet of New York. Every corner you turn, there's a crime happening. Which made no sense because it was quite literally untrue. In plenty of places in the United States of America, police departments that were going on local news to yell about how crime was happening everywhere openly stated that they may have overblown how bad crime was after the midterms were over. Democrats lost a district in New York that they should not have lost to a charlatan like George Santos. Okay? Not a single dime was taken away from police budgets. And they got more money than they ever have year over year because it's the same principle behind the American military. They operate like the military here. Isn't it incredible that you and I both called this entire Democratic primary in 2020 and no one cares about that foresight? Weird. I mean, yeah, no one cares. Dude, to be honest, I don't even care about calling things right at this point. It's just like fucking who cares? It's just what's important is at least trying to get more people to understand. So Democrats were wrong on that front, and they kept running to the right, regardless of whether or not they were punished for it. Yeah, if you say Dems suck, you'll be right 99% of the time. It's true. True. So why did the same POTUS that wrote this 6 days ago turn around and literally refuse to defend trans people? It makes no fucking sense. Transgender people are some of the bravest Americans I know, Jack. But no person should have to be brave to just live in safety and dignity. Today on Transgender Visibility Day, I renew my commitment to building healthy, safe, free, and just future for trans people everywhere. So here were the actions to strengthen protections for trans people. Remember, there have been hundreds of bills passed through state legislatures that are expressly, openly anti-trans for no reason. It starts off with the equality in female sports narrative. Oftentimes there's no trans person even competing, but it doesn't fucking matter. They still do it anyway. And then it moves to let's ban any kind of, drugs or any kind of like puberty blockers or anything that people can take or do to transition. Let's fucking arrest the parents of trans children if they are allowing and accepting their children's trans identity. You know, all this shit. Brandon came out and said this. 1, coordinated intra-agency action to address the epidemic of violence against trans people. 2, continued calls for the passage of the Equality Act to provide protections for LGBTQI plus Americans. 3, called on lawmakers to combat the proliferation of anti-trans state legislation. 4, reverse the Trump-era ban on transgender service members. 5, provided mental health resources for transgender kids and their families. 6, signed the Respect for Marriage Act to protect fundamental rights to LGBTQI plus Americans. Now, it's a weird thing to flex about this and then 6 days later do this shit. The Biden administration on Thursday proposed new regulations that would allow schools to bar transgender athletes from participating in competitive high school and college sports, but disallow blanket bans on the athletes that have been approved across the country. The administration cast the proposal as a compromise, though as a practical matter, they would side with those who have opposed the inclusion of transgender athletes in high-profile cases. What compromise, bro? What do you mean compromise? What are you compromising on? On the very first day of his presidency, Biden signed an executive order declaring that federal law compels schools to let transgender student athletes play on the team that corresponds to their gender identity. Now he has totally reversed that position. I don't understand where this triangulation comes from, because we know that this is not even a popular provision. The trans-obsessed pervertry coming from the Republican propaganda machine is not even reflecting on the desires of the broader national Republican base. They don't give a fuck. Sure, they don't give a fuck in whichever direction, as though like if bills like this pass through state legislatures, they don't care. They're not like actively out in the fucking streets, with exceptions. The ones that are out in the streets demanding this are not a robust coalition, but one that is absolutely sweaty, unwashed, crusty as fuck, and out of control. Similar to the anti-abortion freaks within the Republican Party. Now, of course, there is significantly more popular support for abortion, which is why it took a much longer time to undermine those laws, to undermine those protections. And there was a bigger punishment for the Republican Party for said actions against abortion, right? Because abortion is more popular than trans people, let's be real. But ultimately, the correct way to deal with this kind of senseless violence is to just simply say, no, we're protecting trans people. You're a fucking freak. Shut the fuck up. There's like 8 of them competing in the high school level across the fucking nation. What the fuck is wrong with you? We have more important things to discuss. You're wrong. Most normies might be apathetic and put off by transphobia, but the one point that gets through to them is the sports stuff. It's a big point, pivot point, especially for Midwestern, left-leaning, white lady types, etc. Sure. But ultimately, this triangulation is unnecessary because it doesn't even get noticed. Do you understand? You're doing this for like 8 people that are going to vote for the Democratic Party, while simultaneously think it's like kind of fucked up that trans athletes are participating in competition. Do you understand? This level of triangulation is for such a tiny, marginal group of people that there are, like, people who are liberal are going to vote liberal. People who are Democrats are going to vote Democrat. People who are Republicans are going to vote Republican. This level of coordination is not a necessity. And if anything, it actually harms the Democratic Party. There are more trans people in the United States of America that are eligible to vote than there are people who would be a single issue voter on this. And for the most part, people who are single issue voters on this issue, okay, are fucking psychotic right-wing freaks. They're like in the furthest rungs of right-wing reactionary politics, and they would literally, they think that the fucking Democrats are pedophiles anyway. You're not going to win those guys over. They're fucking Nazis and shit. I got to agree with Feissicle. It was a drama point in my college sport when it really shouldn't matter to them. I know. But not a single person that you know that considered that to be weird, okay, would ever turn around and fucking be like, yeah, you know what? I'm voting for the Republican Party now. Because they said that, like, there's no more HRT allowed. That's my point. You're not moving the needle with this action. You're just capitulating to some of the sweatiest, weirdest fucking Nazis. You get it? What would work best in this circumstance is to avoid having this conversation at all, put up defensive measures at the federal level, stand firmly, and then let the fucking right-wingers constantly exhaust the airwaves with endless talking points about the genitalia of 12-year-olds. Let them fucking work themselves up into a fucking frenzy, put up protective measures at the federal level, and just sit back and watch them burn the fucking party into the ground. It is so stupid that the controlled opposition party takes the bait every single time. And I think they do it on purpose. This would have never been an issue in any meaningful capacity, but it became one because Republicans love talking about it. And there's two things you can do in that situation. Be like, I don't want to even debate this. This is like irrelevant. Does this harm you in any way? Really, think about it. Does this harm you in any way? No, it doesn't. Then don't worry about it. Worry about how you're going to make more money. Worry about how you're going to pay for fucking healthcare. Worry about how you're going to pay for a fucking roof over your head. You don't give a shit about this. They're making you care about this. And you're listening to it and you're watching it and you're consuming it and you're whipping yourself up into a fucking frenzy. Okay? I don't agree that it should be this way, but I kind of agree with the chatter. There's a lot of internalized transphobia. Some of the most lived up idiots. They're like, yeah, trans rights, but what if someone in a dress decides to join my cousin's track team? It's stupid, but the Fox News ecosystem has been allowed to dictate the narrative on the sports issue. Exactly. But the worst part about it is that the Democrats offer no counters to this and just capitulate. They concede. They compromise. That's the problem. You're compromising to no one. You're either A, compromising to the worst fucking freaks anyway that call you a pedophile vampire, or you're not winning anybody over with this move. No one's going, wow, I really wasn't going to vote for the Democratic Party, but now that I've seen Joe Biden say that, like, trans athletes, all 8 of them nationally are no longer allowed to compete in the fucking swim meets, then I guess that's right. No. It's so stupid. Anyway, if these bad decisions are all being blamed on Zients and not Biden, isn't this a tacit admission that the chief of staff is running the country? Shouldn't we look into this? If policy is radically shifting based on the ideological preferences of the chief of staff, this seems bad in and of itself. It's obvious that the most powerful single person in the world is a workload that precludes them from following every issue. The chief of staff is therefore is the gatekeeper. He's maybe the second most powerful person in the world, and Biden seems to have chosen poorly. Well, this is extremely pat. Why can't we entertain the possibility that Biden just sees trans people, perhaps in a limited manner to be fair, as a necessary sacrifice to his electoral prospects rather than being a half-paying attention bumbling grandpa who's been duped by Zients? Biden has a 50-year history of making these types of cynical calculations long before he appointed Zients. Indeed, it's probably why he appointed him. Exactly. Ding, ding, ding. As always, it's that trans people are an afterthought and they're a sacrifice and it doesn't fucking matter. He doesn't give a shit about you. He's just using you, and he's throwing you into the fucking altar as sacrificial lambs, except he's not even winning anything from it. That's the worst part. Obviously, it would still be unacceptable if he was doing this and, like, maybe eking out an electoral victory from it. It would still be fucking awful. But he's not even doing that. He's not even gaining anything out of it. Oh my fucking Lord. That's how this country keeps going further and further and further to the right. You're on the money. My boomer parents hold the view that they shouldn't compete, but they wouldn't vote on that in a million years. They talk constantly about how freakish hogs are on this topic, though. Never interrupt an unforced error, Biden. Exactly. Especially because trans kids, especially with the upcoming generation, are going to become infinitely more commonplace. Okay? Because there is significantly more queer liberation in the aftermath of Obergefell, where people basically said, all right, gay people exist. We admit. The Republican Party basically conceded on that front. Okay? It literally almost happened literally overnight. I know people are going to say that's not the case, but it almost did happen overnight. Okay? And then after that, Republicans immediately moved on to a more target-rich environment. A group of people that they could actually yell at because they had to find a new wedge issue. They had to find a new marginalized group. So they moved on to trans people. And they've been attacking trans people in the exact same way that they've been attacking gay people since Obergefell. Nonstop. Before Obergefell, it was more so gay people. They didn't even fucking think about trans people that much. You know what I mean? That was pretty much it. But after Obergefell, there was more open-mindedness towards queer people in general. And on that front, okay, on that front, Republicans chose their new target. And they've been badgering everybody over it non-fucking stop. It got to a point now where they're hyper obsessed, like they're freakishly obsessed. And cutting policies against like one person. Back in the day in the Jim Crow South, when they were cutting anti-black policies, which still very much exist, by the way, but I'm just saying, like, specifically when they were writing anti-black legislation, they were writing it for a much larger percentage of the audience. Now they're writing it for like fucking 10 people. Like, it's insane. It's completely insane. And it's just a way to create the groundwork to attack gay people eventually, which they are starting to do anyway. Anyway, it's very dire. And it doesn't seem like the Democratic Party is going to offer any sort of protection whatsoever. But it's always the same. They squeeze and they squeeze and they squeeze more and more and take more of your civil liberties, okay? That's how fascism works. That's how reactionary politics works. Speaking of fascism.
Rising tensions at one of the holiest sites in Jerusalem, with more clashes overnight between Israelis and Palestinians. All of this happening right in the middle of Ramadan and Passover. Matt Gutman is there in Jerusalem with the latest. Good morning, Matt.
Hey, good morning, Deborah. This is the first time that Passover and Ramadan coincide in 30 years. And for months, Israeli security sources telling me they're concerned about the eruption of violence here. And that's what we have seen the past 6 or 7 nights. Muslim worshippers clashing fiercely with Israeli police.
Muslim worshippers clashing fiercely with Israeli Jews is a really interesting way to put it. I mean, yeah, totally, dude. They were clashing by what? Fucking praying? Yeah, their prayer inside of the Al-Aqsa Mosque.
Muslim worshippers clashing fiercely with Israeli police.
Oh, he's not even saying Israeli Jews. He's saying with Israeli police. That makes it even fucking worse. Oh, my God. Wow, dude. It's so, oh, my God. I thought he meant like I don't know why he would have said Israeli Jews. I don't know why the fucking subtitles read it that way. But I thought he meant like, what do you call it? The settlers. No, he did. They did say it was the IDF. Yeah. Disgusting. disgusting. You know, the Muslim worshippers in the Al-Aqsa Mosque were, you know, they were violently praying in the mosque. This happens every fucking year, dude.
Overnight tensions on the Temple Mount intensifying after yet another night of clashes at one of Islam's holiest sites in Jerusalem. Facing a rain of projectiles, Israeli forces again storming the Al-Aqsa Mosque Wednesday night, trying to oust worshippers who'd barricaded themselves inside. Early Wednesday, Israeli officers inside the mosque again met with explosions from fireworks. This video released by Israel's police showing officers firing stun grenades and tear gas. And this video showing Israeli forces appearing to beat worshippers inside, prompting a global outcry. At least 6 people wounded.
Wow, dude. Nothing weird here, bro. Nothing weird. Just, you know, move along. Look at all those people. Look at all those people just fucking praying violently praying. Praying for what? Maybe the beating stops.
Wounded, including this woman who says she was hit in the chest with a stun grenade while praying. Nearly 500 arrested overnight Wednesday. The chaos coming after nearly a week of mounting tensions.
Listen, bro, listen. If you're living in Israel, okay, I'm not talking to the Palestinians. They already live this every fucking day of their lives. If you're living in Israel, if you're Jewish, and you look to this and see anything but rampant human rights abuse, specifically so that your focus is no longer on the hyper right-wing nationalist apartheid state governing pieces of shit like Netanyahu, like Ben Gvir, I don't know what to tell you. This will happen to you too, okay? It's already happening to a certain degree. You protested that. You should probably protest for this as well. I don't know if it'll happen. I don't know if there's enough momentum on issues like this, but never forget, there is a reason. It's not a fucking accident. They do this every single time they feel as though, you know, there's tensions rising domestically inside of Israel. Okay? People say apartheid state, like the issue with Israel is that it treats Palestinians like second-class citizens. What? What do you mean? They don't even treat Palestinians like citizens. They treat them like much, much worse. They just treat them like fucking, I don't even know. Like not even cattle. You wouldn't beat your fucking cattle this way. Are the bombs Lebanon shot at Israel today in response to this mosque attack? Yes, Israel is an apartheid state.
During the holiest month of the year in Islam, Ramadan. In response, Palestinian factions firing multiple rockets from Gaza into southern Israel, and the Israeli Air Force striking back, claiming to have bombed several targets in Gaza.
And of course, there's concern for broader escalation. Overnight, we've seen protests in Israeli towns with majority Palestinian populations. In Lebanon, Hezbollah has condemned the violence at the Temple Mount. And
yeah, so, yeah, Lebanon or Hezbollah in allegedly Hezbollah has shot some fucking rockets in the direction, in the vicinity of Israel. And it's worse than an apartheid state. They don't even see Palestinians useful. Yeah, it is. And then now, the Israeli occupying forces currently bombing Gaza too. They stated on their Twitter, this is a day after beating the living shit out of Palestinians during the Tarawih prayers. Many Muslims, including many Palestinians, see this as a way to try and provoke the Palestinians to retaliate so that they can try to push away the Israelis protesting, go back to the status quo of hating Palestinians breathing so that they can pass their court reforms. Exactly. You nailed it. That is precisely what is fucking going on. Yeah, what happened to the general strike? Nothing happened, motherfucker. The general strike, quote unquote, ended. They gave Ben Gvir his own SS, okay? His own Praetorian Guard. Sorry, National Guard. My bad. They gave the Jewish power guy his own National Guard. He's already in charge of the settler He's already in charge of like the settler colonies of Israel and Jerusalem. Okay? So there it is. Every fucking Ramadan, people in Gaza, the Muslims in Gaza, have to try this like devastating trek to get to fucking Al-Aqsa to pray. Okay? They are not allowed. Every Palestinian living in occupied West Bank have to try and get to Al-Aqsa Mosque to pray, and they cannot. They are not allowed. It is fucking gruesome. It is dehumanizing, and most importantly, it is fucking deliberate. Okay? They do it all the time. It is illegal as well, but, you know, legality is nothing. People are monsters. Do you condemn the rocket attacks on Israel? Brother, I pay my taxes. Okay? I pay my taxes. You know what that means? That means I'm paying so that Israelis can defend themselves against these gruesome rocket attacks. Do you understand? I want to make sure that some of my taxes go to building an Iron Dome for Gaza. How about that? You know, level the playing field a little bit. Why not? It's more money for the American military anyway, for the defense contractors. What's up? Yeah, we can do it later as Will's passport. Anyway, here, you can order food. I won't eat anytime soon, but here, you want to look at the photos of yeah, Tadek's still here. He's leaving later. What? No, later. Do you want to look at the photos of the dog? Sure. No, I'm not going to show it to stream. Anyway, the Israeli police raided the Aqsa Mosque compound, known to the Jews as the Temple Mount, to detain scores of Palestinians who had barricaded themselves inside. This prompted rocket fire from Gaza, to which Israel responded with strikes on the Gaza military sites. I fucking despise the New York Times. Motherfuck the New York Times. The New York Times can suck my dick. Every single person that writes shit like this and lies about the situation on the ground is responsible for at least some of the bloodshed. I hope that they get 7 generational curses placed upon their entire lineage. I hope that one day you can feel a fraction of the hatred and the violence that you are subjecting and normalizing. Okay? I spit on you. This is the paper of record in the United States of America. These fucking dogs. Oh my God. Barricades, bro. Barricades. Fucking pieces of shit. Many Muslim Palestinians engage in a centuries-old practice of religious reclusion, i.e., worshiping in the Al-Aqsa Mosque overnight or over the course of several nights. It's not barricading themselves inside. This reeks of ethnocentrism, zero journalistic integrity. And even if they were barricading themselves inside their mosque, what's it to you? Zero mention of the internationally recognized fact that the Israeli regime illegally occupies Jerusalem, including Al-Aqsa. Zero mention of the brutality against the worshippers. Please don't ban me. I genuinely don't know, but why does the media lie about what's going on the ground? That's horrible. Because it's Muslims. that are being oppressed, and Israel is our ally, our most significant ally, destabilizing force in the Middle East. That's it. Ban them? Wait, what? Why the fuck would I ban them? That's the difference between someone genuinely asking a question versus someone coming in and being like, what do you have to say about the Hezbollah counters to Israel's acts of unjustifiable violence that they engage in on a daily basis, only to ramp up that unjustifiable violence by like a metric ton during Ramadan when all eyes are on Al-Aqsa year over year over year. An endless line of Palestinians detained and zip-tied by Israel's Magav force last night, keeping their heads down, some beaten arbitrarily by Israeli soldiers to frighten the rest. Many were wounded from the police raid and denied medical attention, dehumanization at its peak. How do you look at this and go, man, they fucking deserve it? Like, I don't know. I don't know how you can consider this to be anything worthy. Like, I don't know. I don't know. It's just like you're turning a blind eye to atrocities at that point. It feels bad for you to fucking think about it. But I don't like Palestinians, but this is too much. It's just don't like them because some of them were living in Kuwait where they told Iraq soldiers about my dad helping people in need, and it's hard to forgive them for that. Wait, what? Pest? I don't know what you mean by pest. I don't like Palestinians. What do you mean you don't like Palestinians? What the fuck? Blaming every single Palestinian for whatever this fucking thing is that I don't even understand. Okay? I don't even understand what's going on here, but blaming every Palestinian for this is fucking insane. I hope you understand that. I hope you get better. They said pests when you were saying they aren't even cattle, I think. Oh, yeah. I think they just were responding to me saying they're cattle, and they said, no, they're treating them like pests, which is true. They do. It is true. That person is saying the correct thing in that regard. They are treating Palestinians like pests. Kuwait lore here. Palestinians betrayed Kuwaitis during invasion by telling soldiers where women were. Oh, that's the lore. Anyway, it's a common belief in some Gulf circles that during the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait, many Palestinians support the Iraqi invaders. Oh. Why does the media continuously cover stuff like this in such a right-wing way, regardless of their claimed political biases? So what, are the police literally just beating them for praying in their own area? Yes, and they're not the police. They're an occupying military force. They're an occupying military force that they are not on land that they are not supposed to be occupying. I don't even mean like the entire nation state of Israel, which is technically falls under a similar principle. I mean like this is extra illegal on top of everything else. And the reason why the media doesn't give a shit, the reason why the media doesn't give a shit about it is because it's just like it's seen as a nuisance. They would wish that Israel would just like not do this, but they don't really care if Israel does do it. You know what I mean? And then of course it ranges from, I wish Israel wouldn't do this. Like liberal Zionists look to this and go, here we go again. They're behaving like fucking animals. Okay? God, we have to find a way to deflect away now. Okay? And then right-wing Zionists look to that and go, why aren't they fucking killing them? They should just be wiping them out and behaving in an even more violent way. Okay? Because every time Israel behaves this way, liberal Zionists can't even say, but look at Hamas. You know what I mean? They can't do that. Video captured with the Israelis about Gaza is bombing. You can hear them cheering. Yeah, I mean, what was it called? The night cinema or whatever it's called, where they would when the first big like bombing campaign happened, they would set up couches on hilltops to watch little Palestinian children getting fucking burned. No, Sderot Cinema. Yeah, Sderot Cinema is what it's called. Yeah. They would watch as Palestinian children. I mean, they do still to this day watch when Palestinian children are getting sniped. If you listen to the new Choppa with Norman Finkelstein, I don't want to hear anything from Norman Finkelstein that doesn't revolve around the Israeli treatment of Palestinians. I just refuse to hear when he talks about anything other than that. Okay, I have a lot of respect for him, for his courage, for his bravery. He's been blackballed by academic institutions. Literally in the hands of Alan Dershowitz, by the way, pedophile defender Alan Dershowitz. But everything else that he talks about, other than that, he's just such a fucking boomer, dude. I'm sorry. He is such a fucking wokeness is ruining society ass boomer, and it sucks. He's also, I think, and people get mad at me for saying this, I think he's fucking kind of wrong on Ukraine as well, as a matter of fact. Yeah. I think he identifies a little too much with Vladimir Putin from like similar backgrounds. I think like he carries the intergenerational trauma of the Holocaust and its impact on his own development. And he just, yeah, I did listen to everything he said. I don't agree with what he said. I like, there are things that I agree with him on, but I think that the way that he talks about these issues is a boomer. It sucks. It sucks to see someone that I appreciate and respect, and I will forever hold what he has done to high esteem. Okay, but he's old, and I think he's lost the plot a little bit. Norman Finkelstein is an academic that is what? Ya kitchen cabinetin üstünde olacak. Anyway, I don't even want to talk about it that much. I don't want to talk about it that much because like it's irrelevant in the grand scheme of things, and I think it like tarnishes his credibility. His positions on Israel and his academic work into Zionism are all that matter, and it's excellent work. Yes. That's it. That's it. That's like that's all I'm going to say. I mean, he's the son of Holocaust survivors, and he has spent his entire life speaking the truth about Palestinian struggle, and he has been punished thoroughly for it. Okay? He went hard at Obama. I don't even think that part is fucking unjust. It strikes me as a type of person. It strikes me as a type of person that like is unfortunately too hyper focused on like silly shit. That's it. His point about mythologizing and exaggerating the past revolt by African American slaves and Euro Jews around the Holocaust is valuable to ponder too. Oh, but that pertains to his own personal experiences. That's his analysis on like American Jews and their shifting of consciousness towards Israel, and how that happened is something that is absolutely in his wheelhouse. That's why that's different. That's like very different. That's actually very informative. When I talk about anything else outside of that, like woke culture, blah blah blah, like even when I'm in agreement with him, I find myself going, ugh. You know what I mean? Like he talked about how identity politics was weaponized against Bernie Sanders. He's right. Like, he's right about that. He's not wrong. He is right about that. But even when the way he's describing certain matters, I'm like, oh, dude, come on. He's just very, very old. Also, I knew that this was coming when I saw him talk to, I think it was Aaron Mate about woke culture and shit like that. He unloads way more than he did on Chapo and on other outlets. Like, I've seen it. Seen it happen a lot. This takes about Ibram Kendi or base. Like, oh, that's a great example, actually. No, I don't agree. I think he goes fucking bananas mode on Ibram Kendi. Like, you can critique someone without being like, you know, almost like a fucking racist boomer about it. You know what I mean? He is... Felix tried to make a joke that he didn't get, so then Felix didn't say another word. I know. He's not. The thing is, he's like a boomer. He's trying to be funny in some respects. And like the way he tries to, like, I guess, season or embellish his rhetoric comes across like insanely out of touch. Does that make sense? Is the same boomer shit that RevCom do with the anti-woke shit? Yeah. This is a part of that realignment that I mentioned a while back that you agree with. There's a generational split that is superseding. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, Felix knew the joke didn't hit, was afraid to jump in for the rest of the episode. Lamau, I know. Like, you can criticize Ibram Kendi's writings, right? And then you can do what he was doing, which is like, he put the X in the middle of his name to make himself seem so cool, and everyone found it so approachable. He's a race hustler. Like, come on, Norm. What the fuck are you saying, dog? Like, Jesus Christ. It's just... Alternative reality, Jordan Peterson. It is sad. It's sad to see someone, you know, do that. But again, you're about to get that Norm smoke now. Dude, him and fucking what's-his-face... They are, if he doesn't know who I am, which probably he doesn't know. He didn't even know what the fuck Chapo was. But those who do know from the old school leftists who I grew up reading and grew up loving, they fucking hate me. They think I'm a Democratic Party mouthpiece. They're like, they would much rather align with Glenn Greenwald than people like myself. Except for Noam Chomsky. What's his... Yeah, it's just... No, I'm not talking about fucking Max Blumenthal, dude. What the fuck? No. No, that is irrelevant. That's not anywhere near what I'm talking about. No, I'm talking about fucking... What's his face? Which old school leftist? It's, Shit, I'm forgetting his name now. God damn it. No, not Naomi Klein. No. Chris Hedges. Chris Hedges is who it was. Chris Hedges is like gone on Brianna Joy's show to be like I think the one time he tweeted about me, he just said like I was like a aesthetic. What did he say? He used the term where I was like, oh yeah, this guy hates me. It was whatever. I still respect him. Also, Norm wasn't entirely incorrect about Angela Davis, but that's all I'm going to leave that on. But like I said, there's truth to what Norm is saying, and then there's like a lot of weird shit. He called you a fuckboy, did he? Oh, here.
When people on the left, there can be, I would call them accidental moments when people on the left make money. Howard Zinn, who spent years writing his great work, A People's History of the United States, never expected to make any money. Glenn Greenwald and Max Taibbi are making a lot of money on Substack. They haven't sold out. They aren't serving the idol. Most people who challenge economic,
well, he said Max Taibbi,
and political power and reigning cultural assumptions thrust themselves both into a political and economic wilderness. But those people who hold fast, and I admire Glenn, I admire Matt, and of course I admire.
It's devastating to bring up Howard Zinn with Matt Taibbi, Max Taibbi, and Glenn Greenwald. Like, that is, ooh, sheesh. This aged terribly? No, man, he aged terribly. He probably still is like riding for them, I assume.
Meyer, Zinn, they didn't serve the idol. And I think that's the question. If you hold fast to those moral imperatives to confront rapacious power and are willing to sacrifice for that power, then that means you may lose everything you have. The danger of accumulating wealth is the danger of corruption. You begin to associate with that class of the elite, the economic elite. You begin to like it, and you begin to hedge your statements and your critiques in order not to be expelled from that class. That's the danger of wealth. But if you can continue...
he looks pretty wealthy. Dude, come on. This man literally serves his remaining days educating prisoners, okay? Calm down. I don't give a fuck that he goes on RT. I don't give a fuck that his some of his takes are inconsistent or ridiculous or outright silly. I don't care. I like his defense of Glenn Greenwald, who makes like literally, I think, $250,000 a month, or no, more than that actually. Glenn Greenwald's Substack makes him like $1 million a month or some shit like that. Like Glenn Greenwald makes significantly more money than I do on a monthly basis from his Substack. That's kind of weird since you are the same and Glenn and Taibbi fell off and went right wing. Yeah, I know, but he thinks that that's like truthful because there's agreements there. Okay? He agrees with some of the things that, as an older guy, he agrees with some of the fucking things that Matt Taibbi and Glenn Greenwald say about like wokeness and woke culture. He's never heard me talk about it or criticize it. He's only seen me as the guy who buys a fucking house.
Confronting injustice and with the understanding that you may be expelled from that class and may be hurt economically, then you can remain untainted. I know Jimmy. I agree with much of what Jimmy says. I honestly don't care what kind of house he lives in. I don't even know if he makes money. If he does make money, great. If he doesn't, but I don't think he's sold out. All of this is really petty and irrelevant and is deflecting attention from the real enemy, which is corporate capitalism, and essentially disemboweling our allies. It makes no sense unless your goal is not to actually confront power, but elevate yourself as a moral exemplar. And that's what this really is about.
Wait, didn't he talk about am I misremembering? I thought he was like, no, he didn't mention me in this, but I'm pretty sure he did in the rest of it. That was Clip Chimp. He actually says it's ridiculous to pocket watch, But Bree labeled you in such a bad light before that clip, which led him to say that without even knowing who you are, you should watch the full episode rather than what she put out on YouTube. Oh, this is what she said. Just finished recording our 100th Bad Faith app with Professor Wolf, Crystalline Hedges, and about Hasan the Hun's house, whether there's an ethical maximum income, and how to get the left out of his circular firing squad. Yeah. Anyway. That was many, many years ago when I first originally bought the house. Look, in 2021. '2020 is many, many years ago now. Many things have changed, but some things have not. Here is another person who has changed and another person who hasn't. Here is Mehdi Hasan ripping into Matt Taibbi, one of the people that Chris Hedges mentioned in this episode, defending him, as we saw earlier. I have to pee really fucking bad, so I'm going to go do that. I'm also going to serve the top of the hour ad break here. It's 3 minutes long, which is the exact same length of this video. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Sorry, sucks to suck. The 3-minute ad break is upon us.
You talk a lot about the Election Integrity Project in the Twitter files, which Stanford and the University of Washington founded to monitor attacks on our elections. And you say some stuff about them that a lot of your critics say is not true, and that affects your credibility. You said the EIP was founded in response to the government dropping its proposal for a disinformation government. Well, there you are. We're quoting you on screen. It wasn't. It was formed 2 years earlier. You suggest it was government funded, even though during the 2020 election that you're covering, it wasn't. You say they labeled 22 million tweets as misinformation in the run-up to the 2020 vote. They didn't. They flagged 3,000 election misinformation tweets for labeling, so you were only 21,997,000 off. And you also claim the EIP was... Let me finish the question. You can come back in. You also claim the EIP was partnered with the government Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Agency, CISA, to censor Twitter. But you mix up CISA, CISA, a Homeland Security Agency, with the Center for Internet Security, the CIS, which is a non-profit. In fact, you added an A to CIS. I think people can see it there in brackets to make that false claim. It's just error after error, Matt, on just this one topic.
Error. But the other ones aren't.
No.
22 million number came from their own report?
Yeah, where did it came from a report in March. Do you know what the 22 million number is, Matt? Can you tell me? Because we checked. 22 million is the number of tweets about election misinformation that they just mapped. How many tweets were they? The ones they actually flagged to Twitter before the election, 22 million came after the election. It wasn't in the run-up. They flagged 3,000. So you were off by 21,997,000. It's another error.
They said a lot of things. I stand by my story.
You stand by what story? You stand by $5
million house. Hasan doesn't love luxury, huh? No, I do. Wait, what? How do we get here? Brother, you're shadowboxing. I do like luxury. I think everyone should be able to have access to luxury. Are you a mobile chatter who's also happening? First of all, a $5 million house. Fucking Christ. I love that. The housing market in LA is fucked. But it's not that fucked. You know what I mean? You're off by you're off by almost like 2.5 million. Yes, the house is actually 7.5 million.
$22 million were flagged in the run-up to the election, even though that number came in March 2021, which was after the election.
No, this came in their report after the election.
Which was about some total of tweets that they counted on the election. What they flagged to Twitter was 2,980 tweets, I believe. So that's nowhere near 22 million.
Come
on, what? You got something wrong. You got CISA wrong. Why did you add A? Okay, Matt, why did you add A in square brackets? Do you understand why people worry about...
I actually thought that.
And why didn't you fix it? I just checked the tweet before I came on air. It's been 3 weeks since it was flagged to you. Why not fix it? Do you not have editors at the racket?
I didn't realize that until now.
Okay, and what about the date? You got the date wrong when it was founded. You said it was founded in response to the disinformation board. That was last year.
Well, because Stamos is saying in the video that we were sort of created to fill the gaps.
No, that's not what you say in the tweet. That's not what you say in the tweet.
The SIO was created in 2008.
No. You say, this is what you say, that the EIP was created after the public uproar paused the disinformation board. That's wrong. You need to correct that as well, don't you?
After the...
That's what your words. You say, to quote you, after public uproar paused the Orwellian Disinformation Governance Board, Stanford created the EIP. That's wrong.
Well, that's what they say.
You don't need sources, Matt. You could check the EIP website. It says it was created in 2020.
Well, that's the date that I just said.
And the disinformation board was 2022.
Okay. All right. Well, then that is an error.
Yeah, X is gonna get mad at you for watching a murder on live stream. Yeah, it's true. It's just error after error, Matt. Well, that is an error. Watch me confront Matt Taibbi with multiple unacknowledged and glaring mistakes in his Twitter files reporting.
The Election Integrity Project in the Twitter files, which Stanford and the University of Washington founded to monitor attacks on our elections. And you say some stuff about them that a lot of your critics say is not true, and that affects your credibility. You said the EIP was founded in response to that you're covering. It wasn't. You flagged 3,000 election misinformation. You say they labeled...
Oh, wait, this is the same video. My bad.
The Election Integrity...
They flagged 3,000 tweets. Okay, wait, where the fuck is the rest of it? Are you going to react to the Jidion video? Yes, I will. I will react to it. You know what? As a matter of fact, okay. Let's talk about this. There's a very weird twist in the story. This is Chris Tyson. I don't know what their preferred gender pronouns are. Someone in the chat might know. Any pronouns? Okay, word. Chris Tyson came out of the gate swinging with this tweet after Blix tweeted, "Bro, what the fuck happened?" Okay? Now, I just want to point something out here. This is not corn. No, it's not. Or is it corn? No, it's not. I think this account was no, it was hacked. Corn told me that this was, for a second I thought maybe it's an alt account. No. So this is Corn's original account that got hacked, okay? It is, he got it back. It's Corn now, he got it back, but Robert posted this before Corn got it back. Wait, how the fuck did he get it back? Oh, God, I know way too much about fucking... I know way too much about what the fuck's going on Twitter shit. Random, dumb Twitter shit. Anyway. So, no, Zaza Smoker. No, Corn, Twitter's very own Corn, originally is, this was his original account. He got hacked. He lost it. Whatever. You're random, dumb Twitter shit, Lamau. I mean, true. Anyway, whatever. This account says, "Bro, what the fuck happened?" Chris responds, says, "HRT, and it's only been 2 months." And of course, after anyone says that they're on HRT or they are, trans, all hell breaks loose on this fucking dumbass platform. Everyone has a take. Everyone goes fucking crazy. Okay? People were just like straight up bullying Chris, like endlessly on the timeline. Because, easy mark, oh, this person's trans. Immediately, let's start fucking making fun of them, yelling at them. I don't know why People are such fucking freaks, but it's just the way it is. So then Chris Tyson tweeted out, informed consent and HRT saved my and many others' lives. The hurdles gender non-confirming people have to jump through to get life-saving, gender-affirming healthcare in a first world country is wild to me. Just let people make informed decisions about their own bodies. Okay? HRT is hormone replacement therapy. Okay? Hormone replacement theory. Yeah. It's like CRT. Hormone replacement theory. They're transing our kids. They're doing it with CRT, brother. They're doing it with HRT. Same dudes against HRT will do roids if they could? Yes, of course. Anyway. Mr. Beast actually came out, has been supportive and is still supportive. That's good. And it's important. I mean, this is the fucking largest YouTuber on the planet. Remember, that's like, that is significant. Anyway, people were yelling at Chris so much. YouTuber and Mr. Beast collaborator Chris. Why does Dixerdo title this Mr. Beast collaborator like Chris is like a militia member? You know what I mean? Like they're like, oh, they're doing a shadow collaboration. Co-conspirator of the Mr. Beast branch of the Hezbollah. Yeah, it's got known accomplice energy. Anyway, responded to speculation about his gender identity, revealing being on HRT for 2 months. Chris then shared his stance and experiment with HRT, speaking to challenges of pursuing gender-affirming healthcare. Mr. Beast responded in support to his statement. For context, HRT is hormone replacement therapy. Gender-affirming HRT consists of estrogen or testosterone, helping people transition and align their bodies with their gender identity. But one unique ally, and I don't know where the fuck this came from, but one of the most expected things of all time happened. Someone came out of the gate swinging. Let me see if I can find it, because I am blocked by this fucking dipshit. Even though he did a good thing here. No, not Carl. I love Carl. Shut up. Why would I ever say mean words about Carl? He's a wonderful person. Here it is. I'm about to flashbang you, but also break your mind. That's right. Killer Keemstar of the Drama Alert variety came out and said, Chris from Mr. Beast becoming trans has gotten more hate than I've seen online in a very long time. Millions and millions of views just hating. People online have to stop this harassment, especially the comments about his wife and child. You are not, Chris. This decision is a decision only Chris can make. Do better. And of course, immediately, this fucking freakazoid said, online people's lives are subject to commentary. I'd imagine someone who hosts a show discussing drama in online people's lives would understand this. He put it out for the world, and the world is allowed to respond. If it was for him, he should have just kept it private. Now, this is a incredibly rare Keemstar W. I don't know where the fuck it's coming from, and it's very odd, but good on him. I will admit, when Keem does something very good. Also, freaks like this, I don't know what to say about. I just like, it's just like, oh, why don't they keep it a secret? It's like, it's not that, you fucking idiot. The problem is you're a hateful piece of shit. Okay? You're a hateful, monstrous piece of shit who literally exists in communities that are also equally as hateful and monstrous, and it's completely distorted your worldview into thinking that other people are just as awful as you are. Okay? Anyway. But yeah, I'm happy for Chris. Yo, read some of the comments. No, I don't want to do that. Let's not give Keemstar too much credit here. Ethan Klein's being called out for labeling Chris a king after Chris announced that they're on hormone replacement therapy. Many feel Ethan should have said queen instead. Okay, to be fair, that was unintentionally funny. And also, I think it's any pronouns works, right? Flanking Ethan from the left, Omega Lol. Yeah. That's why I go for Themperor. Okay? Themperor is what you can use if someone is non-binary. I'm not saying Chris is. Anyway. So, you know, good stuff there. Okay. What is this? Jay Schlatt slandering me and my brother?
Mm-hmm. Who really loved getting fucked by horses.
He was an aeronautics engineer.
I didn't know he was a Boeing engineer. He's a literal...
What?
Rocket scientist.
Here's the thing.
And actual horses, not just women from
I'm not
Washington.
trying to draw conclusions, but Hasan's brother also works at Boeing.
Yeah, he does.
Maybe it's a thing. Maybe it's a thing.
I can ask him.
Maybe it's like a Boeing hazing thing.
I have a huge question.
That's insane. Slandering Murat? Really? Tarnishing his reputation like that? That's unacceptable. What the fuck? You got a lawsuit on your hands, sir.
Question right now. If you only fuck ponies, are you
who really loved?
They're talking about a dude who died getting fucked by a horse. Yeah, no, I got that. Who apparently was a Boeing engineer. Yeah, Ludwig has gone too far. He needs to be stopped. You ever go on the yard? Fuck no. Wait, what the fuck? I know IKR? What does that mean? I know, right? Keemstar also Cabos are just annoying because they live off his hate. Also, Keemstar is extra annoying because he's literally transphobic. The head of the Drama Alert news team is trans. She was hired 7 years ago before her transition. She's literally second in charge of my entire news organization. What the fuck? Bro, that's so weird. Like that, it's just like, it doesn't track. You know, and it's like breaking my brain a little bit to see Keemstar on the right side of like any political issue whatsoever. You know what I mean? I mean, good on him, I guess. Are you taking TRT or minoxidil? No, I'm taking... Brother, if I was taking TRT, you'd know. I wouldn't shut the fuck up about it, and I'd be fucking humping the walls, probably. Oh, he's like he's like pro-trans rights, but like anti-trans women participating in athletic competition type shit. Okay. Dude, if I was on TRT, I would probably fucking die. I would have an aneurysm. I would have an aneurysm death from reading like the absolute worst takes in the chat. Anyway, White is Right is the title of this video. This is from Jidion from 3 hours ago on the latest sequence of the menace off that they're engaging in. Oh my Lord.
It doesn't even make any sense.
You probably wonder why I have my own race turning against me right now. Well, this is a series where I've done some of the craziest things with the UK's biggest prankster, Nick Almalana. We are both putting each other through 4 unbearable situations to see who will go through.
Yo, you on testosterone replacement therapy? I heard you were talking about it on Bradley Martin's podcast. No, I said I would do TRT when my T levels diminished after the age of like 35. Why are you telling me what I'm on? I'm quite frank about these kinds of things. I would tell you. All right. I was asking. Bro, I answered you, dumbass. I answered you. Shut the fuck up. I said no. Anyway.
Or who will fold first? We're doing all this to answer the question. Who is the biggest menace?
And the winner is...
So, Jed, have you thought about folding yet?
Folded to some linky guy that walks around like an auntie with a dump truck? Please. Whatever you throw my way, eating it.
Oh, Nico, how are you going to make him fold?
Well, let me be completely honest with you. I haven't been looking at this the right way. See, Jid isn't your average person. Number one, he went bald at 14 years of age. And also, normal things, they don't seem to scare him. But one thing he is a YouTuber. And all YouTubers are scared of getting cancelled. So the plan is to scare Jid into thinking he's getting cancelled. But worse than that, cancelled by his own community.
We're doing Nico Debates live, but the show needs an intro. So that's what we're doing now. Yeah, that's what I do as a professional, you know? I'm a professional dickhead.
So I was going to be the host of this talk show, but if I was going to truly...
I wasn't blurred when I watched it. What, he blurred his bald head?
...make this excruciatingly painful for Jid, I needed someone who I could bounce off, who I could make play one of Jid's family members who absolutely despises him. And that's where I found Jay.
Okay, so we're here with Jay. Jay, what I want you to be is Jidion's older brother who absolutely hates him. Jidion is identifying as a white man. He left your family, hates your family, and has left to a quote-unquote new and improved family, which is entirely white. And you're going to be exposing him in front of a whole crowd of people.
Oh, this sounds glorious.
And I'll bring up images on the screen of his new family. Then I'm going to bring up a series of tweets. This is where I think he may crack.
How dare you? How dare you?
I like that. How dare you? This is great. Yeah, grill him. This is good. I like this. I like this a lot. The challenge is we can't laugh. Yeah. Right. So we got to be completely serious.
I can do that.
Yeah. You feeling good?
I'm feeling good about it. Let's do it.
Now I'm very. How dare you?
How dare you?
Is Jid gonna fold? There's only one way to find out.
Now, I wanted this to be as believable as possible to the live studio audience, so it was as painful as possible for Jid. So we needed pictures of Jid that would go with the narrative that I was trying to build. So I invited him to the FaZe warehouse for a photo shoot that he had absolutely no context on.
We're about to do a photo shoot. Jidion cannot know that we've met before. On the day, you're gonna absolutely hate Jidion, but today, you love him, all right? Never met, my friend.
All right.
This is just a photo shoot.
Okay.
It's not a folding situation. I'm just gonna have to put you in a couple of different fits, and yeah, you're just gonna have a nice little photo shoot. That's it.
Fire.
This is your first fit right here.
Does that have something to do with like EDP stuff?
No.
Registered sex offender?
What no, you're not a sex offender.
Knowing Nico, it's not gonna just be photos. I know I'm like the back of my hand. But one thing I do know.
I like that his brain went there first.
About him is that he loves to leave hints. So I knew all I had to do was follow the paper trail, and I would know what he had in store for me. Are you sure I'm not an EDP?
Yeah, for real, you're not EDP. The thing is, in a second, you're gonna be even more like, oh my gosh, I'm EDP.
Oh man.
Let's get some smiles, Jidion. Please, Mr. Jid. That's what we like. Now, I reckon you look like a bit of a family man. Let's bring in the family. Why are you smiling?
Bro, you better not bring a bunch of little kids out here. Bro, Nico, what are you doing? What is this?
For this photo shoot, this is your wife and kids.
Oh, hello. Hi.
How you doing, honey?
Let's get a nice family picture.
All right.
There we go. Then maybe more of a smile. Perfect. 3, 2, 1, cheese. Everyone's so happy. Okay, how about instead of cheese, we say DeMarcus. 3, 2, 1, DeMarcus. Nice. I think that's good for the family pictures. Let's bring in your best friend.
Bro, you're sick. Like, what are you doing?
I'm literally doing
I don't
nothing.
like you.
Nice to meet you, man. Nico. Maybe like a back-to-back shot. I think that's gonna be good. There we go. I think that's great. There we go. Thank you.
You be safe, Jay.
Can we bring the cousins?
My cousins are kind of older.
What do you mean? Very nice to meet you, Nico.
Missed you at the family reunion.
Supposed to be down?
Oh. Good looking, cousin.
Absolutely great. Oh, wow, that is wonderful.
Smells so good.
You want to kiss on the ear?
Yeah, that's great. Okay, let's get that. Both of you kissing on the cheek. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful.
Oh my
love
God,
this. You hold
no!
this like this. And go, yeah. Now that is a wrap.
But like some of the pictures was a diversion.
Maybe all of them were diversions. And maybe I'm only using one. Or maybe
I'm gonna take Jidion the turkey and get him a. Oh fuck! I almost dropped my water. I'm gonna take Jidion the turkey and get him a hair transplant. See, that wasn't even. I wasn't even making fun of him. Okay, and Allah struck me, and almost made me spill the water. Okay. It's such a fucked use of man-centered consent. What do you mean?
maybe I'm using every single picture.
Maybe.
Or maybe I'm not using any pictures and I just wanted to waste your time.
Maybe we're not even in the phase we're in house right now.
Yeah. Imagine I click whole thing just full. Okay, all right. Well, yeah, that's a wrap for today. I'll see you tomorrow.
That's fucked up. Chatter said Turkey does medicine, not miracles. That's actually fucked up.
What's wrong with that man?
Despite his suspicions, Jid didn't have the brain power in that huge head of his to work out what was going on. So we moved on, and then it was the day of Nico Debates Live.
And away we go!
Let's get this show on the road. Now it's time to meet Jid.
What's happening? Tell me! Tell me! I was so confused, and he was not giving me anything, so I had to resort to going to the workers. Bro, Brody, I'll give you 1,200 V-Bucks if you tell me what's happening.
What's happening right now?
What is happening in there?
In the bathroom?
No, like the stadium.
I don't know. What are you guys doing?
I don't know what you're doing.
Just cleaning the bathrooms.
I don't know. said debate, right? Nico's live debate. Are you gonna have me like say some fuck shit?
No, I would never put you in a situation where you're saying anything bad.
No. But it's like I'm perceived as bad for this simulation.
I can only perceive you as you are, man.
I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out there's old people here. How did you find this many old people? And why are they all black?
They're not all black. There's some white.
Bro, there's hardly any. I saw one.
Wow, that's racist. Wow. He's noticing that they're all black. Interesting.
White old lady in there.
The annoying guy just carried on asking me questions, trying to ruin the whole surprise I'd laid out for him, but then I didn't have to deal with it anymore because it was showtime.
Seems like he's uncomfortable in front of so many black people.
Started, you gotta change your fit. There you go. All right, my friends. I bet you're
Spoken
wondering
like
why
a guy
you're here.
who chose a white family.
I feel like it's easier if I show you, so you just follow me.
You're a sick individual.
You don't even know what's going on yet.
That's the scary part.
Before we walk in, just take a look up there.
What? You talking about that?
No. So if you just look a bit more to the left.
Oh, my bad.
Nico Debates Live, an NDL production. What's your guess?
Nico Debates Live. I'm guessing we're gonna pull a Hasan and do some debates.
We're gonna do some debates. So just follow me. From this point, we've got to keep our voices a bit quiet, okay? If you look what's going on right
That's
here,
a name
you'll be able
drop.
to see that some type of, that's like a live studio audience. They think they're on some type of Jeremy Kyle show, some type of Jerry Springer, Maury show. That brings me to what you have to do. Today, you've got to go on my live talk show and agree to everything that I say about you. All right?
About me?
Yeah. So the character I build for you, you have to go along with.
What's the character?
Sit down and find out because I've got to go and start the show. Okay?
Someone be listening about me in here.
Yeah, and then when you hear me say your name, you then got to walk out.
Oh my gosh.
Last thing, the only thing you shouldn't agree with, if I ask you if you're racist, say no.
You're just trying to get clout by mentioning your name? First of all, one, he didn't do it in a negative way. And two, clout, he has 7 million subs.
Yeah.
This video has been out for fucking 6 hours and it has 1.4 million fucking views, brother. What do you mean clout by mentioning my name?
Sorry, just if your audience, they think they're on some type of Jeremy Kyle show, some type
That's
of
insane.
Jerry Springer, Maury show. That brings me to what you have to do. Today, you've got to go on my live talk show and agree to everything that I say about you. All right?
About me.
He got you to click on this
so
vid.
The
I was
character
gonna watch this
built
anyway.
for you have to go along with.
What's the character?
Sit down and find out because I've got to go and start the show. Okay?
Someone be listening about me in here.
Yeah, and then when you
giving
hear
me
me
clout.
say your name, you then got to walk out.
Oh my gosh.
Last thing, the only thing you shouldn't agree with, if I ask you if you're racist, say no.
Gosh. I could have just turned around right there, folded, kept my career, and actually be able to take care of my family. This man's not even just trying to make me fold. He's trying to end me.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Nico Debates Live.
Ladies and gentlemen, on today's episode, we have a US edition of Nico Debates Live. And we're going to be talking to two brothers. Let me introduce the first brother, Jay.
Here we go. Nico brought up Jay? That's my best friend. This is gonna be even easier now.
Can you just tell me about the situation on why you wanted to come on the show today?
So my brother identifies as a white man.
Okay, and what race is your brother?
He's black.
Okay. I assume you guys are as confused as I am, so let's introduce Jay's brother, Jid. So, you identify as a white man. Why?
White is right. I don't know what to say. Like, it's how I feel. That's just what I am.
How does it make you feel seeing your brother? When was the last time you saw him?
It's been about 4 years.
After what we've been through in Harrison, Arkansas, attacking the KKK, he wouldn't have me turn against my own race. Nico truly is as sick as I thought he was.
You said before the show you left their family to join your new and improved family?
It's not that I left. I just went back to where I belong.
Went back. Okay, and how does it make you feel, Jay, hearing that?
How dare you? You belong with them. How dare you? It's just unreal.
Let's bring up an image of this new and improved family. Why would you consider this a new and improved family?
It's not that it's improved or nothing. It's just where I belong. You know, you see the love right here. I didn't get love like that with them. They showed him all the attention.
Siblings have those things happen. You missed our father's funeral, dude.
Oh, okay. And
you want to come to the funeral, bro?
In the interviews beforehand, you said that on the day of your father's funeral, you were playing golf, right?
I mean, it was a family outing, so I wanted to go.
Your family needed you. Us.
Okay. We've got other images of Jid's family. Okay. The caption says, "I like my family melanin free."
Wow.
Which is
Dr. Umar responds, "My brother, what the heck?" That's not, I don't think that's what Dr. Umar would say.
The caption says, "I like my family melanin free." Which is obviously very insensitive.
Like I said, I have nothing wrong against black people. You know, I have black friends. You know, I consider him to be my friend. You know, we grew up together. Everything else beforehand was fine. But once Nico started putting words in my mouth on those Instagram captions, that's where he crossed the line.
The audience were completely against Jid now. Everything that Jid said, the audience just gave him hell.
I'm colorblind, you know? Like, actually. So.
Did he really just say he don't see color?
Yeah, when you identify as white.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
So, would you consider yourself racist?
No, no.
Okay, well, we've actually managed to access your social media accounts. Let's bring up some of your tweets. "I love the fact my 2 children are white. White children are the cutest."
So niggas gonna tell me to say no to being racist, then bring up my quote unquote racist tweets? What?
You believe you're not racist after a tweet like that?
You see the N-word anywhere?
Okay. All right, well, can we bring up the next tweet, please? "If you think I can't be white, then you are racist." No. Well, let's talk to the audience. Can you raise your hand if you believe that Jid is a white man?
I am on life support right now. If you guys do not subscribe and hit that like button, I will never be able to upload a video again. If you do all these steps, you could win a custom signed PS5.
No one. Do you believe they're all racist? Because that's what your tweet says right here.
I believe that I'm getting ganged up here.
But why did you agree to come on the show? I thought that you wanted to come on the show. What was your reason for that?
Because I want to make amends, you know? I don't want us to have this animosity between each other.
Where did this animosity begin, Jay?
Man, you just insulted me personally way too many times.
And what was it that you said?
I'll just say little jokes here and there, like, you know, if it got dark, I'll be like, "Jay, where you go?" You know, like kids.
Man.
Kid stuff.
I wanted Jid to be uncomfortable, but the reality is he was enjoying it, and everything he said just annoyed the crowd even more. Would you now say still that you're not racist?
I have not said the N-word, so how can I be racist?
Okay, well, let's bring up your company that you have.
What the?
It's shocking stuff. You would not believe.
Bro, I thought that was an ad for Native. It certainly is not an ad, I don't think. Holy shit.
Lightener contains marginal amounts of bleach that will make your skin tone lighter.
I can just remember the look of disgust and hatred towards me, but I'm not gonna fold. So I double down. There's people out there actually selling poison to you every day, you know? I don't see why people can't support.
2 wrongs don't make a right, dog.
Thank you. Okay. So why would you decide to sell this?
Because there's a lot of people that have darkened complexions that know and feel deep down that they aren't a black man or woman.
Does anyone in the crowd know that? I believe you should be proud to be black. Yeah? That's what I personally believe.
Sammy Sosa.
This is the type of show where I'm just meant to stay neutral. But I can't stay neutral when you're saying this stuff. It's self-hating. That's what it is, truly.
Nico was calling me self-hating? He wrote this. He must be the one that's confused. He's a hybrid. If you don't feel like you're black, why would you cultural appropriate something? I thought you guys were against cultural appropriation. Whoa. Why would you guys like me to pretend to be something that I'm not?
You're not white.
I was never breakdancing.
You know, it's outrageous what he's saying. But one thing you said before the show, because I'm just going to bring up that comment.
Bro, Jidion is entirely too good at the talking points. Like, shockingly good.
You said black people should be proud that they're black, but you said in a statement before the show that you don't think that people should be proud. So why are you now switching what you're saying? I'm very confused by that.
I just feel like the media likes to push an agenda, pushing certain ideologies.
This man was like hanging out with Sneeko, learning all the talking points. Like literally, just learned everything that these motherfuckers were saying, and now he's just
what is that with
putting it out there.
Stuff? They're just promoting self-improvement.
Okay. On that note, we're going to cut to a quick ad break. We'll see you in 2 minutes.
I can't believe his ad breaks are 2 minutes instead of the 3-minute top of the hour ad breaks, which come at the top of the hour. And if you no longer, they're clapping. Why don't you clap for the fucking ads? Exactly. Now, of course, our ad breaks are easily avoidable by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, or by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back. And as you can see, we have the two brothers up on stage. Jay, the distraught brother, and Jid, the man who identifies as white. We're going to get some audience questions. If me and Jay couldn't make Jid feel uncomfortable, then I was hoping that the audience would.
My question for Jay is, why you keep giving this waste of space time? We support you, don't we?
You have family go through thick and thin and go through a whole lot of stuff, and I just still want to be there for my brother, and I want my brother to be there for me.
What's your question?
Hi, my name is Kashana. This is a question for you. Why haven't you used your own product?
That's a very valid point. That's a very valid point. Very valid.
Good question.
You see, we're still going through the testing trials. You know, it's hard to find the animals that are appropriate to be used, and you have to go through the FDA. There's a lot of things. If you run a business, you would know what I'm talking about. But if you don't run a business, then I'm just saying you can't really say
Sorry,
too
this
much.
lady has something she wants to say.
So now you're bleaching animals too?
Like I said, we're doing everything through the FDA. We're getting everything certified and approved. You know, we're not breaking any laws.
You're bleaching people's skin. That is outrageous. You're encouraging that behavior.
I mean, look at Kylie Jenner. Look at Kim Kardashian.
All right, we got another question here.
They're getting darker every day.
Jid, we have a name for you. Where I'm from, we would call you an Uncle Tom. A sellout. I am so ashamed of you.
It doesn't even make any sense. I'm not gonna lie, I tried to keep a stone face through it all, but this is where it started getting to me. You know what, these people just talk to me like this?
Hi. Excuse me. Do you love your brother or your mother?
Like I said, there's no pictures of me being born. They have pictures of him.
But that's not the question. I ask you, do you love your brother or do you love your mother?
There's respect. And I feel like with respect, there's a certain amount of love in there, but like with him bringing me on something like this, having a bunch of y'all calling me Uncle Tom and stuff, it's making it harder for me. Do you guys see why I've been away for 4 years now?
So why did you come?
I thought we were just gonna have a civil discussion, talk it out. Now I see that he doesn't want a relationship. He just wants to demonize me for being a boss.
I think you suffer from low self-esteem. If you knew your history, then you would not want to be anything else but a melanated man.
It's pretty wild that he.
Are we able to bring up the picture of Jid's parents again, his new parents? How did this relationship come about, Jid?
So that's me, Ma, and that's me, Pop. After graduating high school.
Bro, Jidion's Jidion's prank on Nico was like, hey, here, you can possibly die in the hands of like a heavyweight champion. And then the counter, he's just eating it up.
School, and I went off to college. They had seen me. They asked me if I needed any
this is pretty fucking solid improv.
help or support. Told them I didn't have a place to live. I moved in with them, and they got me into a way better college. Got me set up with job opportunities. They did more for me in a 2-year time period than my parents ever did. And for people that want to say stuff in the crowd, you don't know what happened for me. Jay, he had a different upbringing than what I had.
We had the same upbringing. What are you talking about?
There seems to be something you want to say there, Jay.
You sat there and literally called me a big black gorilla.
Okay.
Let me guess, that was another joke.
Maybe just some words just slipped out. It was an argument. It was an argument. It happened, what, 6 years ago?
Hitler, is that what you're saying next?
Oh my gosh.
I denounced that.
Jay, is there any final words which you want to say before I give my closing statement?
You should have said, "Oh, just because I'm a white man, just because I'm a white man, you think I'm going to be in support of Hitler?" I denounced that.
You're my brother. I'm not your friend. I'm your brother. I love you.
That's racist.
Whatever
the real
family
racism is.
have picked up, that's whatever. But you still have your family here. So.
Any comments you want to make on that, Jid?
I don't want to look like a bad person here today. I do have love for Jay. We grew up together. I do also have to go where I belong. If he would like to come with me, come to the boat parties, he's more than welcome to, but...
Okay, all right. There's clearly no way we're going to get through today. One thing which I'll say is I feel like some of the stuff which you've said is despicable.
Not one N-word was said.
I'm truly disgusted to my core, and I feel like you are a very self-hating person. But if there's one thing you're not...
The white man.
It's someone that folds. So congratulations, my friend. Just so you all know, so you're all aware, this was a social experiment and all of you passed with flying colors. Jid right here, he's not actually a man who identifies as a white person. So I just want to...
Social experiment.
I just want to thank you. You were all incredible and all of your input was amazing and I couldn't have asked for better. Is there anything you want to say, Jid?
Black power.
Wow. Darman, eat your heart out? Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I felt like Dr. Strange looking through all the different possibilities of what Nico was gonna bring. He still surprised me, but it's not enough for the Biggest Menace.
That wraps up a very painful episode of The Biggest Menace. But you're not ready for the next one, so play the trailer. I've decided that the world's driest sport, cricket, needs more excitement. You got to stick on film.
Imagine making him go up on the stage and talk to a crowd of tons of people about a horrific topic.
It is only natural that incest must be legal.
Oh my God.
This was the worst thing I've
Oh
ever done.
my
I have
God.
a 4-inch dick.
No! Yo, that's insane. They made him do the Dennis Prager, dude. That's crazy. Hot take, pranks, they should do more improv shit like this instead of annoying people. Yeah, but annoying people is like easier content in some respects. This actually requires like acting chops. It requires preparation. It requires skill. Whereas like you could just like be fucking a nuisance. And you could easily draw out reactions from people which is most people. You know. What is this? Your own Discord talking points? What do you mean? No, we were supposed to game today. As a black man who hated the most racist town Jidion video and his reaction to critiques of it, this is a great return to form. It was also a little cathartic to hear Uncle Tom chanted at him, lol. No, he has come a long way from that video, 100%. No, I think he has. Did you and Jid ever make up? Yes. I was supposed to game today. Stop saying Baja Gaming Viewer. I was supposed to game today. The issue is that Tadic is dying. I don't know what the fuck's wrong with him, but he didn't sleep enough. How you feeling? Are you gonna be able to stream even? Yeah. Oh, you're done? You're not? Okay. Bro, here, come here, dude. Say what up. Wait, why not? Okay, well, I beat Tadic so bad. I beat Tadic so bad in basketball, he got sick. Like physically ill. What? I beat him so bad in GeoGuessr. He looked at the 60 hertz monitor one time and he got sick. He fell ill. Anyway, all right. Well, we were supposed to game today, but that is for a different day. I'm sick of your lies. No, I'm gonna end it here because I'm tired. You know, this is a half day. You know what I mean? I can't get this puppy. I'm not gonna give you guys any details yet. Okay, you already know. I can't get this puppy yet because she's too young. But I wanna go. Like I've been thinking about it all day. And I want to go and fucking puppy nap her, kidnap her. But yeah. But yeah, that's it for today. I will see you tomorrow.
Sunny Los Angeles, California.
Love you guys. Peace.
The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There good agitprop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. So